Sorry,
There you go. Now I have to be careful with what I say. We observed a growth of the local public sector and economic activity. These are concentrated in services, and this will be, I think, the closest I'll get to structural transformation in this talk. We believe it's supply-driven improvements in education and public services, not demand-driven, and I'll argue a bit why. And we actually observed that luminosity growth, proxying for economic activity, is basically exclusively coming from the new units and not from the rest of the municipality that's left behind. We argue that interpreting those results are not solely driven by the extra revenues. In fact, we find evidence that there's adjustments to administrative remoteness, the distance between the population and the government, and adjustments to policy tailored to local preferences. And finally, in the end, suggestive back of the envelope exercises, we believe that the net effects of such a policy perhaps was positive. And I'll argue why at the very end. I'll skip the contribution for the sake of time. I'll spend some time now describing some background on Brazil, the empirics, session on interpretation, net effects, and conclude, if I have time. Now on background, the refresher on Brazilian politics you didn't know. So Brazil has 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and municipality. Remember, for the purpose of this talk, that municipalities are larger than districts. Right? Municipalities have attributions such as education of the 9th grade, so providing the schooling, hiring the teachers, etc. They have to provide basic health, sanitation, security, etc. And their revenues come mainly from 2 sources: local taxation and federal transfers from the federal government. There's a few other sources, but they're not as important. For small municipalities, these federal transfers can account to up to 90% of the places. Hello? Hello? For small municipalities, these can account up to 90% of total revenue, so will be important. And there's a sense in Brazil that perhaps there were too few municipalities in the late 80s. Brazil had about 4.2 thousand municipalities in a country of almost 150 million people. That's an average size of about 2,000 square kilometers per municipality. As a comparison, Italy had 38 square kilometer size local government. In the US county is larger at 2.5 thousand, and India is also larger at 4,000. But it's important to know that these countries have lower levels of government below those units. There's cities, there's villages, whereas in Brazil, municipalities are the lowest. Great. And third and final point, Brazil in 1988 passed a new constitution, which de facto facilitated and subsidized splits. This was in the spirit of a post-military government that was very centralized in power. So it was the spirit of decentralizing money, attributions, power, etc. It lowered requirements for splitting. It gave states the right to choose the parameters. In fact, in practice, this led to very low parameters for splitting requirements. So areas need to have just 5,000 people in population. And very importantly, they only require the unilateral referendum vote. So in a municipality composed of 2 districts, A and B wanted to split off, they only needed a majority within B. The A part didn't have to agree. So this is quite easier. And second thing, the new constitution formalized this federal transfer scheme that essentially guarantees a floor to revenue to municipalities. It's calculated in a stepwise population formula based purely on population in a formula that's public, everyone knew. And it also importantly, it's zero sum within state. All these together means that the federal government will send blocks of money to states. Within states, this formula kicks in, the allocation shares are calculated, each municipality gets its share. But when a new municipality is created, given the shape of this formula, in practice, a new municipality gets a positive shock, and all other municipalities in the state lose a little bit. So it's concentrated benefits and this diffuse costs. That's important, so keep that in mind too. This change led to a large increase in the number of municipalities following this figure here on the right. So this is the number of municipalities over time. It grew slowly since the 70s, but in 1988, it shoots up and it keeps going until 1996 in this window of time of 8 years. What happened in 1996 was that Congress passed an amendment almost unanimously voted for to stop the process. If you read news and try to measure the political temperature at the time, there's a view that all this was highly inefficient and patronage driven, and these municipalities were small. So this stops happening in 1996. Okay, now to empirics. What we'll do to measure the effects of splitting is to construct a control group, which we call the almost split group, which are places that apply to split, but whose requests to split fail for some reason. It could be either because they were rejected outright at the state assembly, or they were actually voted against in the referendum, although this is rare. Or also commonly, it could be that they were just left open because a place applied, say by 1994, 1995, they were just too late. 96 happens. They're stuck with the request open, so they applied, but they didn't get it through. And this allows us to estimate two types of differences, one at the municipality level and one at the district level. Let me beautifully illustrate Brazilian municipalities here on the right. The idea will be, we can either compare a whole municipality where there was a split request to another municipality, and that this request actually went through and the green place became a municipality itself. So we can compare this whole municipality here to this whole municipality here that almost split, or we can zoom in and look directly at the district itself that applied and compare it to the district that applied and didn't get it, and do it the same for remaining headquarters. Headquarters is where the town hall is. Essentially, it's where the politicians are. It's where the locus of decision making and urbanization and urban infrastructure. Okay, that's a simple framework. Let me quickly describe the data. We collected data on splits from 3 sources. First, administrative genealogy of splits since the 19th century in Brazil. That's official. We also did manual collection of split requests for a couple of states, I believe 12. And this just took some effort into contacting places, calling, finding, doing some digitalization, etc. For one state, Minas Gerais and a bit of São Paulo, we actually observed the referendum vote shares, which will give us some space to play. So we'll know that places voted 40% in favor of splitting, 60% in favor of splitting, 90%, etc. This will be useful. And we'll have an array of outcomes from a variety of sources on revenues and expenditures. We observe the full bureaucracy. Brazil has this nice data set called Dahis. You may have used that. It's matched employee, full formal employment. We'll use Nicolaites and demographic information from the census. Okay. First result, yes.
So there's like a safe fixed effect in terms of concentration of approvals versus rejections.
Great, thanks for the questions. First, there's variation across states, for sure, in the number of splits and number of requests. In the empirical specification that we're done, we'll always include state fixed effects, and the variation will be coming within states. And there's never a case in our data, places that had 0 requests, 0 splits, or all requests that led to splits, etc. Remind me of the second question. Yes, first mover advantage. To some extent, yes, the splits happened in 2 waves in 1993 and 1997. So this is because they had to first vote a mayor and a council in before they could officially become a municipality. So, so yeah, if you're a place deciding to apply in 1995 after the first wave, the extra benefit you will get in revenues may be lower because there's already a higher number of municipalities in the state. But I believe this is small. Quantitative. We can discuss it further. Okay, the first finding is that if you just compare a baseline in column 1 and 5, the characteristics of places that apply to splits versus the headquarters, you see that the places apply are actually much smaller in the population. They're about 6,000 people compared to 32,000. They're smaller in area. They're much less urban, so more rural at baseline, and also have they have less access to pipe water, to sanitation, trash removal, and they're even darker as measured by night lights at baseline, 1992. Okay, as compared to the headquarters. So these places are, think of them as the more rural parts of an administrative unit that are in the periphery, are far away, and they're trying to split, become new. The main specification of the diff, nothing special, so I'll just skip the equation for now and show you some results. First, we find that indeed, when a split happens, a new government seems to be set up. If you measure capital expenditures as a proxy for investment locally, we see that it shoots up right after the split happens, and it more or less dies down after 15 years, but still positive. It's quite big, it's actually 45%. We see the same in current expenditures at a smaller magnitude, which in Brazil, this amounts to essentially wages, so hiring and bureaucracy. We also see this in number of public jobs for each municipality going down. So for now, it's still a bit mechanical, but we see that they're actually investing and building. We are interested in knowing what happens to public service delivery. One way to measure this is access to education. So we essentially rerun our different diffs, but now using census microdata for kids and their ages. So we can actually know who's in a given year, what age was the person, and were they in a municipality that's, and were they in a place that's split before versus after. So it's a different diff, but with heterogeneity by age. And we find that there seems to be a positive effect for school attendance up to about 6%, which peaks at about 12 years, but it goes to 0 at about 15 or 16 years old, which is exactly the age cutoff that school municipalities are responsible for providing education. We also see something more or less similar with literacy. It goes up about to 4 or 5%. Now, regarding structural transformation, this is the closest I think I'll get to. We can measure from the formal economy from Dahis the number of establishments or number of private jobs split by sector. And here we see more action in retail and other services, less so in private jobs. So this would make sense with an influx of revenue, an influx of government jobs and investment. Don't think of these municipalities as industrial powerhouses. These are 6,000 people population on average. So I wouldn't expect manufacturing or other sectors to be boosted so much. Fantastic. So far, we've kept a unit of analysis at the municipality, ex ante. You may be wondering what happens to the area that actually applies versus the rest of the municipality. Can we show net gains or evidence of loss of scale? So what we do is use another proxy for economic development, night lights. It's been extensively used in literature. We first measure it at the municipality level. So same as the regressions I showed you before, and find an effect of about 10 to 12% over time, over 15 years. the whole unit. But what happens when we do the same measurement, but at the district level, and run the same different diffs with a fixed effect at the district level now? We find that this is essentially driven just by the applicant districts that split and receive most of this income shock and autonomy.
Is there any somewhere new municipal governments established that you could build a new development for or create a new development for it? Or does it usually limit to?
We don't have the systematic data to answer it empirically, but our sense is that they build more. Yeah, I'm not claiming that this is driven just by street lights or government buildings versus more standard economic activity, proximate lights. It could be a mix of everything for sure. But it's striking that it's this thing for applicants. We find some positive effects in green here for the headquarters as well, for the areas that had the town hall before, but less so. Very good. The results are a variety of robustness check. In particular, we run a regression discontinuity in differences exercise where we leverage the data on vote shares, and the results basically survive. It's also interesting to see that the results on luminosity could be driven just by growth in the very urban center of the new municipality, as opposed to being something spread out. We measure night lights in outside 5-kilometer radius of the new town hall, and just rerun the same different diffs, and the results go through too. So it seems that it's not driven just by investment in the very center or new buildings, aesthetic activity there. How do we interpret the findings? In the paper, we write a simple conceptual framework based on a few models from the literature. We make it very simple. It's essentially about public goods provision under redistricting. It's full information, just one period. Municipalities are composed of 2 districts, A and B. The town hall resides in A. The district A will choose the level of public goods for both districts, A and B, because that's where the politicians are, that's where the town hall is. But B is considering splitting off into a new municipality. The trade-off is if they split, they gain autonomy to choose their own levels of public goods, but they also may have lower revenues to pay the bill. Essentially, that's the main thing. And in the paper, we have derivations, but we find that the effects of splitting are larger in places that have more preference heterogeneity for public goods between districts A and B. When there is neglect or a measure of elite capture, in the sense that maybe the town hall in A just doesn't value welfare in B as much. Oh, it's pretty intuitive. And if there's more costs of administrative remoteness, maybe providing the same public good in a distant area of the municipality is just more costly for transportation costs or whatnot. Also, if the new place is getting more fiscal transfers, they will obviously benefit more because their budget constraints just more leaky. Let me quickly go through some of these channels and show the evidence we have. So first, so far I have only shown you graphs of expenditures. One question is the money, where is the money coming from? Part of it is this graph on revenues. Given the mechanics I described of federal transfers, we would expect this. A split happens and a municipality gets a shock of a total of about 12%, 12-13% in total revenue. This is the mechanics of the reallocation I described earlier. So that's definitely one channel, but we were interested in, can revenues explain the full story, or do they explain just the part? One simple exercise that we do now is to compare. So first, rerun the different diffs with acquiring the average effect we showed you on the figure for the night lights for districts applying to split, but progressively adding controls, in particular first controlling for the amount of expenditures at the district level, and seeing how much that killed the main different effect. We find that it reduces it by a percentage, but it doesn't doesn't change the significance levels much. So, but it matters positively here. We also interact splitting with characteristics of the district, such as how big it is, how rural it is, and we find it that effects are larger for places that start out smaller and more rural. And this could be a bit counterintuitive if you think about it. So effects are actually stronger for places that are smaller and more rural. And the effects go in the same direction of being stronger for places farther away. Here, it's not as significant, but still positive. So we don't seem to be hitting an inflection point here. There's no, so far doesn't seem to be a real trade-off. Another thing we study is political representation and policy tailoring. A best proxy here is what percentage of municipalities elect mayors from different parties over time after a split happens. We find that they elect these different mayors, different parties, at about 75% of the time. That's right after the split. And that goes up over time, actually, up to 80 to 85%. And importantly, this is not driven by the number of parties increasing over time in Brazil. So it's not just purely mechanical. Thank you, 5 minutes. And to finally discussing net effects, the outstanding question right now is, were these subsidized splits worth it on net? Did the autonomy and the decreasing returns on investment in federal transfers compensate the losses elsewhere? I already described it. There was about a 6 percentage point reallocation of transfers from the rest of the country to these new municipalities. Was this worth it? My answer is not very high tech, but we propose 2 back envelope exercises. First, we explored variation at the state level in how much of this reallocation there was, and study in places that there was more reallocation, do the non-split areas lose more or perhaps not? That's number one. Number two, we do a weighted benefit cost analysis that I'll describe a little bit. First, at the state level, plotting the number of splits here in the horizontal axis versus how much money was reallocated from non-split to split areas. And naturally, we find that the more splits there were, the more money was reshuffled at the state level. So there's 25 points here, because this is 25 states at the time in Brazil. So this is sort of a first stage. Yes. I'm sorry?
So when you do the different, wasn't the non-rated group should not be affected by the split?
Yes, that's one of the issues of our different diff. We could be overestimating our effects given that the control group is potentially negatively affected. That's there. Let me show you the next table and see what you think, but that could be. So this is essentially a first stage in revenue reallocation, and we can regress that change in federal transfers on outcomes just for non-split municipalities over time, finding that there doesn't seem to be any statistically significant and quantitatively relevant change in public jobs, in private jobs, number of establishments, or luminosity over a period of 15 years. There's some significance on luminosity, but notice that actually the means are much larger, given that this is a change in 15 years. So if anything, these effects are small, and a small percentage of the average change over time. So at least to the extent that 25 observations convinces you, we are not finding much on the negative spillovers. The second exercise we do is just comparing returns of what we find for new municipalities versus what would be the rest of the countries. And for luminosity first, in particular, we just divide the growth in luminosity estimated by the extra revenue these places got, and find a return of 97% per dollar, basically. And if you just calculate what would be the weighted break-even return for the rest of the country, that would be 5.7%. Meaning, if the return on a dollar on luminosity for the rest of the country was lower than 5.7%, the net result here would be positive. Just a simple comparison exercise. If we do the analogous exercise for school attendance, that's actually even higher at 13%. And we try to run some calculations and estimates to measure this return for the rest of the country. We don't find anything close to 13% for education or even 5.7% for nightlights. The literature is basically around the same.
Can you explain a little more about the, how you calculate the first? I guess I'm worried that if you're like a small region, you get up with a lot more, but not be affecting bringing people.
We made this by population shares. I hope that we answered I heard the question.
Yes, population share, but there's also something about fixed population density too, right? Or size of the luminosity is over there, and average over the graphics.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry?
I can always,
Oh, sorry.
and I didn't say, I was trying to clarify how it.
No.
So just a very quick comment, talking about cost benefits, have you thought about metering like cases of corruption, which will increase once the number of politicians will increase? Or even, I mean, there is literature on Brazil about economic activity increasing and crime increasing consequently. So if you have an increasing luminosity, it means there are also negative externalities that arise.
So, well, on the first part of the question, that's definitely possible. One answer is corruption audits data that's been extensively used started in 2003. That's 10 years later than our time period here. So unfortunately, it's not that easy to leverage it for our paper. Another answer is you can consider everything I showed you as a 1 minus X% of whatever patronage or corruption happened that we can't measure, which I'm not denying there could be. I don't have concrete evidence to show for it. So even if it's the residual percentage of whatever was inefficient or stolen away, we're still finding some of the positives on education, on public services, etc. And that's what we can claim. Okay, I think I'm running out of time. To conclude, in this paper, we provide this empirical account of the medium-term broadly positive light actually on this reform. We don't find any clear evidence of finding negative scale effects or the net effects are suggestively positive. And to conclude, we think this suggests that the 96 amendment in Congress at least didn't consider trade-offs when just hitting hard with the bottom of splits. So maybe this could be a study begin. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. So thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. I really enjoyed reading this paper by Ricardo. So just to give an overview, since we have 20 minutes to discuss this paper, the main question this paper is trying to answer is, of course, how does decentralization through redistricting impact local government? This is kind of the broad question that this paper is trying to answer. And the main treatment here is that municipalities that had a district successfully become independent, what was the effect on government performance, bureaucracy, and general public good service in these specific municipalities? And so this paper employs a couple of different empirical strategies. So the main one is the diff and diff, which of course Ricardo has already talked about, but there are municipality level diff and diffs, and then there are district level diff and diffs. There's also a section for education where he uses birth cohort exposure to look at kind of the effects of education on different cohorts of students. So the main 4 sections of this paper, the first is public sector bureaucracy. So how does the redistricting affect bureaucracy in these districts? The second is public sector delivery. So what happens to things like education? What happens to provision of water, access to sanitation? Then there's a section on economic activity, and then of course a part on mechanisms. So what are the main findings in this paper? Well, first of all, it's that municipalities that had districts that successfully become independent have higher levels of public expenditure. This is, of course, partially mechanical because it comes from the funding rules of the state and federal governments, but they also have higher levels of public service delivery measured in terms of trash collection, sewage collection, and educational attainment. So these municipalities that split seem to actually be doing better overall. It also results in an increase in public sector jobs and some retail and service sector establishments, as well as increases in nighttime light luminosity. So of course, the increase in public sector jobs is partially being driven by the fact that these municipalities now have to set up their own independent governments. The 3 main mechanisms that are covered in the paper is, of course, that fiscal transfers play a limited role. They do not explain all the effects that are found in these municipalities. Rather, there is evidence that there is a reduction in capture and neglect in a lot of these periphery areas. So these areas tend to be more rural. They tend to be more far away from administrative capitals. And of course, there seems to be some degree of sort of improved political accountability or some measure of political effects that are taking place. So in terms of the key contributions of this paper, so I think this paper, kind of one of the really nice aspects is that part of this was voluntary. So a lot of these municipalities were actually electing to become independent, which is very unusual in the context of decentralization. So in terms of state capacity and public good provision, these municipalities actually already had some sort of minimum requirements that they were meeting in terms of state capacity, which is quite different from a lot of other decentralization policies where it was kind of top-down approaches. So these were implemented on these local governments who may not necessarily have had any kind of state capacity or desire to become independent. So this is kind of one nice aspect of this paper. There's also a contribution to this relationship between local government side and government performance. Here you have a very unusual case of horizontal decentralization. As I mentioned previously, most cases of decentralization are federal governments imposing either new political units or creating political units. In this case, what we had was these units already existed, they were just being redistributed, which is a very unusual case of horizontal decentralization. Finally, in terms of administrative distance and development, this particular decentralized episode actually shows us that maybe some areas benefit more from decentralization than others. So this is not sort of like a all works for everyone, but rather certain places might actually end up being more benefited from policies like this. Just a couple more strengths of this paper before I get into the comments. I thought it was a very nice empirical setting with this very nice quasi-experimental variation. There's great data in this paper that comes from a whole host of different sources, and it is also able to address both the effects and some of the mechanisms, which is kind of nice. You don't just see the outcomes, you see what might actually be driving some of these outcomes. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, I really like that it's voluntary redistricting, which I think is a very unusual episode for us to start. My first comment is about state versus municipality investments. You talked a lot about kind of spillovers and whether there's worry that there are financial spillovers on districts that are municipalities that are not split. And you kind of show that there are no negative spillovers on the municipalities, but one worry that I had was that fiscal revenues go up for the individual municipalities, but go down for the state as a whole. And in terms of economies of scale, smaller municipalities might have access to more cash, but the state as a whole may now have less access for large-scale projects or large-scale infrastructure building. And so I wonder if there's a way to measure if there's a shift in the type of public goods that the state versus the municipalities are able to provide in the context that maybe now the states are losing out on money, and this means that you can invest in only lower cost public infrastructure projects. So the worry here is that you might find these negative spillovers, but at the state level rather than the municipal. I was also wondering a little bit about novelty effects. You do see this sort of standardization of effects after a certain period of time, right? The effects seem to stabilize. And so I wonder if this is potentially driven by this novelty of initially having a new municipality. So given this redistricting was voluntary, there's this initial intrinsic motivation for individuals to want to do things in this specific district. But once they've reached some sort of stock, so they've built the school, they've built the road, whatever, now they no longer have any kind of motivation to do anything further. So I wonder if there's a sort of novelty effect that comes from this initial redistricting directive. And sort of related to this in some of the political channels, and I think this came up earlier about how could local patronage affect the success of these new municipalities. I understand that probably corruption data is not very easy to get to, but I wonder if you could use this distinction in who they are voting into power in these new municipalities versus the headquarters to say something about the preferences between these different areas. So is it that in these new municipalities, individuals really, really want to have a different person in charge because the preferences for the kinds of public goods that they want don't match what the headquarter governments are kind of implementing? And so I think this might actually, you know, if you run a specification controlling for whether it's the same party versus a different party and see if the treatment effects are different, this might tell you something about how different preferences might matter for the effect of this reform. This is sort of more just an empirical one, but it would be nice to see some sort of multiple hypothesis testing since you do look at like a range of outcome variables. But actually what might also work very nicely is if you just have an index of outcomes. So Kangni all have this 2007 paper. And so in your context, you have like an education index, an infrastructure index, and some kind of economic activity index. And that sort of deals with this issue more broadly. Also sort of related to this, I was wondering if maybe there's a section that you could put in that talks about why you choose specific outcomes, whether it's like a data limitation thing versus is it like, okay, you pick the outcomes that are only under the control of the municipal government and then compare it to ones that are only under the state government. Yeah, so I was just kind of wondering why, you know, whether you had access to data on other infrastructure measures such as roads, given that it's a rural area, things like irrigation, streetlights, and maybe welfare. So these would be kind of outcomes to look at. Other very minor comments about the streetlights. I was wondering if, you know, these municipalities are now building better roads and then you have more streetlights, and this might be driving some of the nightlight stuff that you see in your data. But I don't know if maybe the roads are not under the control of the municipality and this is a federal. And then finally, if there was any way to disentangle the vertical decentralization from the horizontal decentralization. So you kind of mentioned that initially there was also a lot of reforms at the municipal level, giving them more control at the municipal level. And I was wondering if you could actually tease out some of these vertical decentralization effects versus the horizontal redistricting.
Great presentation, very interesting paper. Hi, Ricardo, I'm here. And so on a more abstract sense, splitting is a possibility among many others. For instance, you can create a political party. Like, you know, we at the back of the room, we create a party and we try to take over instead of splitting. Or, you know, we can lobby. So do you have a sense of splitting versus design? I know your paper cannot do everything, but if there have been papers about that, because, you know, I don't have clear how these things are separate. Also because, you know, splitting means changing sovereignty, changing autonomy. I mean, there are many things that are affecting, you know, that should be taken into account in this decision. The last thing I agree with Veda regarding the, you know, detailing a bit more empirically what you find, because at the moment, I think you could unbundle a bit more. So you have those who split and those who almost split, right? Wanted to split but didn't succeed. You can compare those both for those municipalities and also for the other ones that didn't split. So I would have seen that test. When you say there are negative effects, right? You can compare municipalities that are split and almost splitting and see what happens to them. So that you can tell me of this effect, this percentage is given by a higher and this is given by those who are basically the spillovers on the other municipalities.
So I was wondering, given that you find these heterogeneous effects in terms of the benefits of splitting, can you say something about how the treatment and the control group compare? Like if you think about a benevolent planner that's deciding which application to approve and which ones to reject, maybe you could think that they're choosing which ones to approve based on who's gonna have the bigger benefits and think about that.
Hi, Ricardo. I have two unrelated questions. The first is, as a citizen, I may want to move to a municipality that's getting more funds or, per capita more funds. So there would be some kind of migration rule. Perhaps it's not happening. There are frictions and people don't move. But I want to know whether that is something that can be captured. And the second thing, if it is the case that the service delivery, at least in terms of education, is increasing, then in later parts of the year, I should see some benefit of that education, right? People should be getting better jobs, or something should be coming out of it. So I want to just understand, like, is education then translating into better outcomes for people as well? Because of the service delivery, maybe in the latter part of the data.
Hello. I had a curiosity actually, feel free to postpone. Like, would it be able to know some historical context, how borders were drawn, basically, like, was it a political, like ethnic consideration or linguistic? I just wanted to know.
Let's let Ricardo answer this batch of things and respond to this question. And it looks as though we're going to have time for another batch of questions. So, well, thank you, first Veda, for the discussion and for all the questions. There's a lot here. Let me first cover a few of Veda's questions. So the very first one, negative spillovers at the state level. If I understand the comments, I don't think there would be, because the state level transfers are kept constant over time. What's happening is the reallocation within states from other municipalities to the new ones. So whatever capacity the state had to invest along that margin, at least in revenue, would change. But there could be other scale effects with municipalities. That's one. A novelty effect on the effects of splitting, leveling on after a few years. That's a way to read it. I like it. I think it makes sense, but if you need to build more buildings or infrastructure, it takes a couple of years. That's when the revenue kicked in, and you do it, and over time the effort lowers. I think that's what I can say. I love the idea of doing heterogeneity by the change of party. If the new party being different from the previous one, being left wing, right wing, or other characteristics that I could measure. The political data is limited for this time, unfortunately, so I don't have vote shares, for example, but I do know who was the person elected and what was the party. And that's what I exploited there. So to the extent that party identity locally in Brazil matters, which is the question, I can explain that. That's good. And let's discuss the other ones afterwards. Thank you very much. Nicola, on other strategies for changing the political landscape or changing outcomes. I agree, it's all very interesting. A lot of it would be limited by the data I have, I think. For example, starting new parties locally, something or new coalition trying to get vote shares, something I can measure, for example. I believe splitting is a strategy that many places considered because of fiscal incentives. They knew that formula, they knew the extra revenue they get. And just descriptively, these places are far away. There's a survey from the 80s asking mayors, why do they split? Why do municipalities split? And the two main answers that I didn't discuss in the presentation were the distance and the neglect from the town hall, from the original town hall. So, and think again that these places are 6,000 people, villages essentially, far away. So that's something they considered. The question on, for example, a social planner choosing who to allow to split, I think. Yeah, it could be in principle. So state assemblies have to not veto these requests for them to go through. They could be considering allowing places that would benefit more for splits. This would violate the diff and diff assumptions, for example, on potential treatment effects. I didn't show the regression discontinuity at two sizes, which reassured that to be that it's not happening. Essentially, if I restrict attention to places that voted 49% in favor of splitting versus 51% in favor of splitting, arguing that the variation in splitting was more or less random around that 50% cutoff, the results in luminosity stayed basically the same, which for me is reassuring that this doesn't seem to be driven just by demand effects or by selection and composition effects of who's splitting. There was a question on migration and whether this explains the results. The tests we can do, there's one in the paper on whether it was more migration in. We don't find any evidence that there was. Of course, this would be a channel dating back to Tibu, 1956, that could explain this. And the fact that we don't find evidence is one of the reasons why in the summary of results, I claim these were supply driven and not demand driven. It's what seems to be happening is new funds, new capabilities of implementing investments and policies, and apparently not much driven by population composition. How about that? Can I keep going? Yeah. Okay. Question on education, perhaps translating into other outcomes. Also, yeah. Yes, it could be. In the paper, we have a similar exercise with the same census data we use for literacy and for school attendance, but we instead just measure income that person was making. And we find an interesting pattern of negative effects for young age and positive effects for older age groups, which means that there's been some substitution of people about 15, 17 years old studying more and working less, and some positives for the older cohorts. That's one answer, but we're not going all the way to, I don't know, estimating an ID of education returns or something else. And a question on how a border is drawn, and historically, we have some sense. We do take it as for granted for this paper, taking whatever the 1991 borders or late 80s borders were, and we actually don't discuss it much in the paper. But I agree that it would be interesting to read one. Yeah. Did I miss something? No.
I think we actually have time for another round of questions, so you're still up for it. Question here.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, so there was also positive impacts on the HQ, right? So after the split, you showed us a graph for the university where it also went to the HQ. So I was wondering what you thought was going on there.
Okay. You said at the beginning that the taxes, do they have any control over the tax rates? Because this might give insight to local preferences. Maybe they change different rates and different factors. Yeah, it could be interesting.
That may have exhausted the set of additional. I'm sure people have others, but one answer these, Ricardo.
Effects being positive for HQ. First, I agree it's interesting. It's something we're not highlighting as much in the paper, but is there. There could be at least two reasons explaining. So first, although we can't directly calculate what happened to revenues for HQ districts, we don't observe it directly, but there could be still some positive effects of the split. Like if I'm a municipality that part of one district of mine leaves, I may still get some positive effects on my revenue because of the formula. In some particular cases, there could be. So that's one potential explanation. Another is the HQ now has to worry for a smaller area of the population to provide public goods for, and they can concentrate more on their own population. So the same mechanisms of classic decentralization stories could be happening for the HQ too. The fact that the effects are so much smaller, I think it's consistent with, like, first they start from a higher level of luminosity and income, and I think the drastic effects are for this new municipality, the HQ. Jordan, on controlling or tax rates, local tax rates, and what's control they have. Municipalities do have control over their local tax rates. First, we don't have data on what are the tax rates and if they change over time. That doesn't exist for Brazil and definitely not. It doesn't exist today and it didn't exist for the 90s. What we do have is total revenue that's sourced from local taxation, and that doesn't change over time, before and after the split. And this is consistent with the whole story of these are small municipalities, they split. The huge shock is the federal transfer entry. Economic activity, again, these are not industrial powerhouses or, like Abu Dhabi exploding in construction. These are 6,000 people in size, so you can get this space. All right, thank you very much. One last.
It's not a question, it's actually just a comment. Because you said, this is, the thing on services is the only thing you had to say about structural transformation. And it's just for everybody. Is that the name of the organization, the program is structural transformation and economic growth. Maybe it should be and/or economic growth. But also, the structural transformation, we don't think of structural transformation as just manufacturing services, agriculture. It's a much broader sense. That dates back all the way, like at least to Kuznets. That makes broad sense. So like the rural urban divide is something we're very interested in. I just don't want to think people that this is like on the fringes of what we're interested in.
Thank you very much. We're about to break. But. No, okay, that's one. No. Never mind. Go get your hooks up. So.
That enough, we're only giving 15 minutes now.
Yeah, there is no break. Okay. So now we go fast, right? Now we go fast. So, we've got 20 minutes. I'll give you a 5-minute warning, and then we're, yeah. Good.
You can find it on the desktop.
No. Yeah.
Here. So thank you all for this. Thank you for introducing that. I am Nicola Limodio from Bocconi University, and this is joint work with Patrick from the Ministry of the Economy in Rwanda, Roland Dar, and the Presbitero here, Angelo, Andrea, at the Bank of Italy. First of all, let me try to spread some stag love that goes very much towards what Joe was saying before. Thank you. This is amazing. I know it's fast. I'm investing some time here, but there was no value for this kind of work a few years back. I feel I'm one of the oldest participants, so it wasn't the case. And there is really an intellectual contribution on really topics in development of mind. And that's really amazing. I mean, some of you may be young, may give it for granted. It wasn't. It's something that, Doug and Joe and Tari and many others have been pushing for in the past years. Of course, they coupled it with funding and opportunities. So they are also exceptional mentors, very good people. And just wanted to take this first minute to acknowledge that. That is really not true. Good. Shut down. Back to the paper. This is a paper about internet and finance, and we know that the internet has changed many things over the past years: politics, employment, media, trade, and many, many other things. Has been part of a revolution in the financial system. These are more finance publications. What we do with this paper is to bring a contribution on the role of internet in shaping financial decisions of people. And our starting point is going to be very, very old-fashioned about how technology can change the role of private information. And in a nutshell, what we will show is that a land reform in Rwanda created collateral availability and led to vis-a-vis some financial structure transformation where people transitioned away from microfinance towards banks. That's going to be the paper in one line. So, well, when we think of local credit markets, one of the key issues in finance is private information. Local financial institutions typically have an advantage. Why? Because they can screen and monitor people. This is one way in which we can see it. Now, what internet may be doing is reducing this private information by making some of it quantifiable somehow. And so that local financial institutions that have an advantage basically may find themselves competing with external financial institutions that suddenly have an edge, can enter a market, can start, are in the choice set of individuals. And if we think about high-income countries, this is really a difference between commercial banks and fintech, borrowing online without branches and so on. But if we think about many low and middle-income countries, it's really going to be this transition from microfinance to commercial bank. And that's basically what this paper is going to be about. Where, remember, microfinance institutions typically rely on social collateral, which is agents, group loans, and so on and so forth. While banks, no, they don't. They typically give loans with physical collateral. Otherwise, don't even go in a branch. It's basically useless. And so that's what this paper is going to be about. Now, does technology shape financial choices? Or, in this kind of a bird eye view question, but does internet facilitate the acquisition of collateral? Still borrowers to bank. So the framework here is basically what I told you. Internet leads to an increasing quantifiability of private information, facilitates acquisition of collateral, and creates a choice between banks and microfinance institutions. The setting is going to be Rwanda, 2008, 2015, which is ideal for a few reasons. First, there is very good data on administrative coverage of banks and MFI and collateral and many other things. And that was part of, the partnering up with local central banks and other institutions. I'll tell you more. There are very good sources of quasi-experimental variation in 3G access. One is, lightning strikes. And the second is actually all due to STEM, because, I did not know, and I discovered the work of Dan Björklund through a STEM workshop, and this became central in our paper. And last but not least, when the 3G was switched on in Rwanda, there was a land reform that created that collateral, which was basically digital. And so there was basically, we would show a tremendous interaction. What do we find? The arrival of mobile internet leads to a striking change in financial decisions. We see that there is an increase in the probability of getting a bank loan and a decline in the probability of getting a microfinance loan. There is no overall increase in financial inclusion. So it would have been a nicer paper to write that internet makes us all more connected, more included, but we don't. There is a transition from microfinance institutions to banks, and a decrease in switching from banks to microfinance institutions. And people get better terms, higher amounts, lower rates. We know that microfinance institutions typically charge high rates. And finally, the role of collateral. This reform created faster disbursement of collateral and higher transaction speed. I'll show you. And basically, the effect of internet on credit is due, 40% of the effect of internet on credit is due to collateral for any loan. But when we look at collateralized loan mortgages, this is basically 100% of the effect. Of course, get a mortgage, you need to have a collateral. There is no discussion. So there is a long literature, but I'll skip because I'm already late. I am already at 6 minutes. So let me tell you a bit about the data. We have the credit reference bureau by the central bank with all credit institutions and MFIs. This is non-trivial. Very few countries will have microfinance institutions in the credit registry. And we have low-level information, which is very good. I'll show you some of that. And remember, Rwanda is 13 million people, so there are only 113,000 borrowers, including microfinance. So very small financial system. data from GSMA on 3G, I'll show you graphically. Well, I'll show you now. That's when 3G was switched on in Rwanda in 2011, and that's basically where it was implemented. By 2015, it was much more available. Darker means that a higher share of a city is covered in 3G. When you get to white, basically nothing is covered in 3G. So Rwanda is one of the countries with the highest penetration of it. Our empirical strategy is basically exploiting the time series variation. 3G is off until 2010 and is on post 2010, and two sources of cross-sectional variation. One is, again, both of these are off the shelf. We are not coming up with anything our own. One is this paper by Monash and Gräser econometric in 2020. There is a negative correlation between electrostatic discharges, basically lightning strikes, and mobile connectivity. This is due to the specifics of the 3G technology. Okay, this is 2G doesn't really have this problem. It's 3G, 4G that happen. The second is incidental coverage, and basically, the back of the idea is this beautiful paper by David and Nicola, right? Exploiting the geography of Rwanda and the hills. But we use what Dan Bjorkgren built on his restart paper that basically builds an incidental coverage. And I'll show you what this is. Rwanda is called the land of 1,000 hills. There are many hills, and it's a beautiful country. But in a nutshell, I am oversimplifying and summarizing that word. To have an antenna for 3G, you need the electrical grid. And basically what happens that you may be a municipality, think of a small municipality, that has a good geography around the electric grid. And through that, you're basically connected. So here you get incidental coverage. This was not meant to reach you, but it reaches you because of idiosyncratic geographical features. While unfortunately in this case, CTB, you can see that mountains are not, hills are not really delivering. And so basically this city won't have incident. That's what we are using in the paper. And so the geographical variation in lightning frequency, not good. Because it goes from east to west. So there isn't really much cross-sectional variation. So luckily stepped in, said, why don't you look at Dan work? Much better. This is data from Dan and his restart paper. He kindly shared it with us. We aggregated at sector level, municipality. And then here we have much more cross-sectional variation. So we're gonna have two instances to start. And first stage works. Basically, this is the 3G mobile coverage of a municipality, the share of a municipality where 3G is available. If you have lightning frequency above median, you are worse connected. And in fact, you see that after 2010, there is 3G, but it gets 20%. While if you have below median lightning frequency, you converge to 40%. And very similar picture for incidental power. Okay, so this is one way of delivering the first stage with two pictures. I won't show you the data. Now, you will wonder whether these cities are comparable east-west and with this funny perception. They are. So we basically present balance table with many characteristics, and we can show you that there are no big differences except a few small timing variables, proximity to a lake, water, wood, and other things. But the economic characteristics are mostly similar. Once you get out of the 3 big cities in Rwanda, there is much less economic divergence, heterogeneity. Okay, so I won't show you the first stage today. I'll focus results on lending and in terms of loans, and if I have time, on collateral. So very standard, we will be regressing the likelihood that an individual in a certain city in a certain time gets any loan, a loan from a bank, a loan from a microfinance institution, on whether 3G is available in that city over time with individual and time fixed effect or city and time fixed effect. Doesn't really change much. And we're going to instrument that with these instruments that I showed you earlier. Okay, so where each instrument is the interaction between on and off and on dummy interacted with this cross-sectional variation. So that's what we see. This is OLS, and this is IP, probability of any loan, of a bank loan and of a microfinance loan. So OLS here is just exploiting the staggering of interest. Overall, internet arrives, not much is changing. So we don't see that loans, the likelihood of getting a loan is going up. This is true in an OLS sense, and it's true in an IV sense. Once we look at probability of getting a bank loan and a microfinance loan, we see that you're more likely to have a bank loan and less of a microfinance loan. Once we apply the IV in a sense, these magnitudes become larger, but basically nothing. I mean, no big differences in directions or in signs. Now, there are many things in here. There are, in a sense, there is an extensive margin, an intensive margin story. So we try to separate these out and focus on switchers. So Joe used to have a bank. Is he more likely to switch to a microfinance institution? Or Doug was an MFI customer. Is he more likely to switch to a bank? That's basically what we are doing. And so we record switchers, and we see that the likelihood of switching from a microfinance institution to a bank is increasing, just in OLS, and this magnitude are larger in IB. Likewise, what's the likelihood that you use the bank and you switch to a microfinance institution? This is negative, and again, you know, OLS or IB, the sign is the same, just the magnitude. The larger I have 6.5 minutes. I'm very. Okay, well, what happens? Do you get better or worse credit? Well, you get better credit once you are able to go to a bank. Banks are much more convenient, are much more cost effective. And so here we can observe the terms of credit for everyone, the volume and the lending rate to begin with. The arrival of 3G doesn't seem per se to be a driver of better loan terms, but once we distinguish between all individuals and those that are switching from a microfinance institution to a bank, we see that they get much larger loans and way cheaper loans. Okay, so 15% larger loans and a full 2 percentage point decline on their lending rate. The independent is 20. So it's a significant decline. Now, why is this happening, in a sense? And that's when we have to start thinking a bit about why people are switching to banks. Collateral is a critical element of bank lending. In fact, typically, you know, consumer finance, you buy a television at the supermarket, and so that's something that appears very late in the stage of financial decisions. Microfinance institutions don't need collateral, while banks typically find it critical. So what do? We study a reform that starts in those years, the land tenure regularization, and basically it's the introduction of a digital system of collateral. You know, it's an incredible reform, but to summarize it, basically our idea is that mobile internet speeded up this land title reform, creating a digital collateral for mortgages. And we partnered with the Rwanda Land Management and Use Authority to study, well, basically whether mobile internet favors this reform. There is a paper by Jenny Aker and Mr. Fasha, land property right worthiness, and then we quantify the effects. But in a nutshell, let me tell you that this reform of land title cut massively the time it took for you to sell your property, from an average of 350 days to about 60 days. So you could buy property, you could use your property as a collateral much faster. And this is, you know, number of days that it took for you to do a transaction. Rwanda is in red, the rest of Africa is in green. And you can see that Rwanda goes from one of the worst cases to one of the best cases. Some of this was due to doing business stuff. Okay? But I won't take too much time here. Let me show you perhaps the most interesting part here. So these reforms, the arrival of internet sped up these transactions. Here is the log number of transactions of lands, which increases as internet arrives even more once we consider 3G in a nutshell. The rest, I'll save it for another time. And the last thing we try to do, and I try to be good on time, Doug, is to decompose the effect of internet. So we know that the internet arrives, and we know that this reform arrives. So we want to try to quantify what is due to internet per se, making us better, more connected, more productive, vis-a-vis just the fact that now you have a land title. You were already creditworthy, right? I was the owner of the land, and I was the owner of the cash flows on the land. So I was a good customer, but I couldn't prove to the bank that I was the actual owner of it. And so basically we use this Sobel-Goodman test, which is an application of the delta method. The good thing is that we have two instruments, so we have reasonable identification of these effects. And in a nutshell, when we look at all loans, around 40% of the effect of internet on credit is due to the availability of land titles. And the rest here is whatever else is in it. Better job opportunities, better connection, availability of foreign markets, whatever we cannot quantify is 60%. If we restrict on collateralized loans like mortgages, basically this goes to 80%, and we cannot reject that is actually 100%. In fact, this residual is not statistically different. So that's basically our paper. So we have many things to do, looking at collateral and default, how collateral and internet jumpstart the land market, many other things. And let me conclude. Much more than this. So mobile internet favors commercial banking in Rwanda. This technology shapes financial decisions, and there is a key role of a land reform and the availability of collateral, which is missing in many low and middle income countries. So we learned that mobile internet promotes a transition to financial institutions that are more tech intensive, and the internet promotes the acquisition of collateral. So basically what I'm working on, I feel part of this through a finance angle, thinking about the regulation of banks and payment systems in low and middle income countries. If you're working on these topics with Sean Higgins, Giorgio Barboni, and Kilfe Kramer, we organize a network of this. So say hi, and thank you very much.
We have time for a couple of speed round questions. Where speed round questions have to be super succinct and not require really long answers.
Hi, thanks. Tammy McGavin from Brunel College. I'm interested in what your thinking is about the welfare impacts, because taking out a larger loan with a lower rate may still on net put them more in debt. They could lose their house or their land now. And the 2008 financial crisis showed us that that can cause significant harm. So just curious.
It's a good question.
Can I and whether you see it between banks branching strategies? So is it like a slighter demand for your
Very similar questions, by the way.
Hi, fascinating paper. I just wonder if you have thoughts on whether borrowers are getting a collateral, digital collateral, just from their track record. Have an internet record, have a banking account, whether that's part of the story as well.
I'll start from the C. I remember this. No. So digital collateral almost doesn't exist. So unless you bring a piece of paper showing that you are the owner of the land. In fact, microfinance institutions want to push the central bank to allow them to use regular collateral. To give you a sense. Now, you're right. I mean, there is whenever more finance is available, more debt is available, there is always a trade-off from what you can do with this debt versus the fact that you get into a debt trap. We're trying to study that. One way to go. One thing that is going to be really non-trivial is that a market for lands comes to existence. This is really something we don't know about. And perhaps, I mean, it's tough to have a welfare idea of this per se, but seeing whether a market for lands and transactions and prices come to exist, that probably seems to be above and beyond something valuable to study. Your question, sorry, was about branching. No. So we thought it was all a story of branching at the beginning. It's not. So we thought it was a matter about competition and so on. Actually, once we take out banks from this, it's mostly a demand story here. In fact, mobile internet is typically used by individuals. We have one of the controls about fiber that's typically used by branches. Results don't really seem to be there. So, but it's a good point. I cannot hear you very well. Maybe to chat more. That's fair enough. Fair enough. In fact, what I'm saying is that people had already finance and they transition.
Thanks so much, Nicola. Really good.
Just a minute. So thank you so much for including our paper on the program. This is joint work with Kalyani, and Yingyan. So the big picture motivation behind this project is to really think about the underdevelopment of manufacturing sector in India, and especially low-skill manufacturing, which is presumably India's comparative advantage. So the literature is rich. There are many papers that have been written on the topic. Our paper focuses on the role of exit barriers that may have contributed to this problem. So the mechanism that we are after is pretty intuitive and simple. If firms know ex ante that it is going to be a problem for them to close shop when they are hit with a negative shock or something, two things are going to happen. Some of the potential entrants are not going to enter to begin with. And second, amongst the incumbents, resources could get stuck with unproductive firms that should have exited, leading to resource misallocation. So our goal here is to really quantify the macroeconomic impact of this channel. And here, because the channel itself is very general, you might ask, why did we choose India? So apart from the fact that it provides us with this nice development puzzle, the institutional setting gives us variation in the data that we can use for identification. In a cross-country sense, if you just look at, and this is like the most important reason, if you look at exit rates, so forget high-income countries like the US, even comparing to countries at similar levels of GDP per capita, India has perhaps the lowest firm exit rate in the world. It turns out, not surprisingly, that it takes a very long time for firms to close down. So Government of India did an official survey and found that if firms have no issue, no legal cases, no problems, and they just want to close down shop, the paperwork, the bureaucracy, and red tape would imply that it could take them up to 4 years to just exit in a formal sense. And many factors drive this. So labor laws have been extensively studied. Lack of proper bankruptcy laws have contributed. But the problem runs deeper than this. There are some factors that can be measured, labor laws, port congestion, things like that. But there are other factors that you cannot measure. So for example, take the case of contract workers who are not protected by labor laws. Who is a contract worker and who is not? Who decides this? The courts have to decide it, right? So the letter of the law is one thing, the implementation of the law is another. So I read as a part of the project about 200 court cases. It turns out prima facie, many cases appear to be very similar, but different state high courts give contrastingly opposing judgments, leading to an environment of policy uncertainty, judicial uncertainty, which are hard to measure kind of in a reduced form sense. So because of all this, we were really motivated to take a more macro approach in kind of quantifying these problems. So what I'm going to do in sort of the rest of the 10 minutes that I have is to kind of first begin by showing you some empirical facts in the data. The data is pretty standard ASI establishment level panel over 20 years with two objectives in mind. First, to kind of convince you that exit barriers are quantitatively important, but second, kind of also use the data to guide modeling choices and understand where we should introduce heterogeneity in the model. So I'm going to divide states of India into two groups, those with high and low misallocation. And I'm going to show you that firms in states with high misallocation behave in a way similar to an environment where exit barriers would be high. I'm going to show you that larger firms on an average are are more sluggish in adjusting labor in response to shocks. And a key feature of the data would be the existence of these dormant firms. So these are firms that exist, they have capital, they will often have workers who will get paid wages, but the firms don't produce anything.
The key feature of the data is that the data captures capital, labor, and other inputs, their adjustment, even while the firms are in this dormancy state. And that is going to be a key moment in the data that is going to help us identify many of the parameters. So in order to group states into this high misallocation, low misallocation, what we do is simply look at the elasticity between productivity and size and rank the states in the order of these elasticities. We are going to call the above median states, the lower misallocation states, and for lack of a better word, good states, and the below median states goes with higher misallocation measures as bad states. So as you might guess, exit rates is higher in good states, much higher in good states as compared to bad states. Entry rates are also higher in good states as compared to bad states, and these two things are highly correlated with each other. This is more interesting. So if you look at the age distribution of firms, the bad states, the blue ones, have these really old 100-year-old plants that were established before independence. So think about jute mills in West Bengal that exist with many workers, but productivity levels that are abysmally low, right? In the good states, there is a positive correlation between plant age and productivity, but that amongst plants in bad states. In bad states, amongst the entrants, so the younger firms, what you see is that productivity levels are actually on an average higher. That is pointing to selection. If it is hard for firms to exit, that also translates to harder entry. If entry barriers are high, then on an average, the firms that enter are going to be the firms with higher productivity. In the bad state, then you don't see the positive correlation with age, and then you get this tail of very old firms which have very, very low productivity. I was talking about these dormant firms which play an important role in our setup. It's not a random state of being dormant. So if you look at which firms are going dormant, on the x-axis we have the time until first instance of dormant. What you find is that these are firms with profits that are monotonically falling, and as soon as the profits turn negative, that is when these firms go dormant. So they might be buying option value, but it's clear that these are firms that are distressed. The last kind of empirical fact is about labor adjustment. So we basically look at how firms adjust labor, regular workers who are protected by labor laws and contract workers and managers who are not, in response to exogenous movements in gross value added. So what we find is, so amongst regular workers, of course, if the firm is hit with a negative shock, they adjust labor right, in the right direction. But if the firm is located in bad states, the response is slightly sluggish. So the interaction term is positive. And you don't get this sluggishness for contract workers or managers, those who are not protected by the labor laws. And moreover, if you look at the triple interaction, which is negative shocks hit firms located in bad states, but especially firms who are above 100 workers who are subject to labor laws, there you get an additional magnitude of sluggishness in kind of adjustment of labor. So kind of motivated by these empirical facts, and the remaining of the paper is to develop a dynamic firms model that will help us capture all these effects and quantify the magnitude of the exit values. So we build on standard models of firm dynamics. The key concept is that of a scrap value of a firm, which is the value that a firm gets when they choose to exit. So depending on their draws of the scrap value and productivity, firms choose either to stay or exit. If they exit, they get their net scrap value, which is the scrap value draw minus whatever they can get by selling labor and capital. If they stay, then they adjust labor and capital for production, but then they draw a fixed cost of production, because if this draw is high, then some firms will choose to be dormant and kind of escape this fixed cost, or they kind of decide to produce. And in equilibrium, basically you'll have a positive mass of entrance such that the expected value of entry is equal to the sunken mean cost. So pretty standard in that sense. When we calibrate the model, we can essentially match many of the features of the data, including many of the untargeted moments. So for example, the labor adjustment regressions that I showed you are completely untargeted, and the calibrated model can very nicely replicate those regressions. We find that firing regular workers costs 23 times as much in bad states as compared to good states. The scrap value, which is the measure of how hard is it to exit, is actually negative, meaning that in order to exit, firms have to pay to close down shop. This number is not positive, it's negative, and it's of a sizable magnitude. So, as compared to, let's say, the fraction of average annual sales of these firms, in good states, this is about 1.5 times. And in bad states, it's double, about 3 times their average annual sales that they need to pay if they want to close down shop. And then in the policy counterfactual, we have at least 2 instruments. So one is, we know the scrap value distribution in bad states and good states. We can ask what would happen to the macroeconomy if we adjust the mean of the scrap value of the bad states to match that of the good states. And what we find in that exercise is that value added would go up by approximately 40%, employment would go up at least by 30%, and there would be entry. So firm mass would increase by about 60%. Productivity doesn't change that much. And the reason is that when you have more exit from the firms that exit now have a higher productivity, and the entrants on an average have lower productivity because more people can enter, more firms can enter, and even the slightly unproductive ones get to take a chance. And those 2 effects kind of balance each other out, so that on net, the average productivity doesn't increase as much. The price index decreases by about 8.5%, pointing to large kind of welfare effects. The second policy is we can also change labor adjustment costs of, again, the bad states to match the labor adjustment costs in good states. The effects are kind of in the same direction, being slightly higher in magnitude. What we are working on is also sort of looking at synergies between these 2 policies as counterfactuals, because you can imagine that one policy is politically less costly than the other. So those synergies would be kind of interesting to look at. So the government, this is a well-known problem. So the government of India in its economic survey wrote that 60 years since independence, India basically moved to socialism with limited entry to marketism without exit. This is kind of our attempt at quantifying how big of a problem this might be for the.
Thanks for sticking to time. Again, speed round, take questions. So, sort of. Thank you. It was very present. So, two very fast questions. To what extent you can think of this exit barrier as an entry barrier for these young firms? And what is your sense of the puzzle? Is it too much employment, or maybe it is too little? Because it seems that they're not firing as much as they should as well. So I don't know what sense you have about the total employment being 25.
When you show the empirical facts, you said there are firms that are 100 years old still active. So to what extent, in terms of life cycle in models, because I imagine the exit cost is kind of short run, wouldn't last for 100 years.
Very, very interesting paper. Correlates with being a good or a bad state. Reminded that what market reforms in India by my former advisor to invest in the others. So, and if there is, I know it's time invariant here, but I wonder if there are changes over time and whether those correlate with changes in policy.
I'm just curious, what can you say about wages, both in the model and in the data, since obviously they're designed to protect workers?
Let me go in the opposite direction. So in the model, wages are fixed. The price of capital is endogenous, but the wages are exogenous. Partly the reason is kind of limiting how many state variables you wanted to sort of carry around with the model and keep it slightly partial equilibrium. In the data, we actually don't see, so for example, we have regression where we look at how firms kind of adjust both employment and wages in response during periods of high inflation. Because that is when you can use kind of the inflation to get rid of workers, even in presence of frictions. We don't find net effect on wages, but we are not very sure why, because it could be it could be either that they are not adjusting wages, but it could also partially be selection, meaning that workers who were offered lower wages kind of left of their own will, and then we don't know. But it's interesting. I don't think we have kind of the data to disentangle that. On labor law, so that's so that research itself was very sort of fundamental and landmark. Our idea here is that exit frictions are much bigger and broader than just labor reforms. And if we just look at indices that, so labor laws or labor regulations would contribute to exit frictions, but won't capture the full extent of exit friction. So they will be a part of the story, but not the full story. So our measures of exit frictions roughly correlate with those indices, but the correlation is very weak, meaning that exit frictions are basically above and beyond those labor issues. On the 100 years thing, so what the exit frictions are doing is essentially preventing firms from exiting. And what the data is showing is that some firms are just not exiting, but lingering around for a very long period. It's not so much that the exit frictions stay for 100 years, but more that because of the exit frictions, firms that should have exited much early on. And that speaks very nicely to the life cycle literature, because I think kind of what we are getting at is the sort of the Shane Tino paper, where we are also kind of explaining why are kind of firms that are older, not productive, and so on. So yeah, I forgot the two questions that you could please remind.
So what extent these pairs density from pairs of entry for them?
Right. So sorry. So in the model, exit barriers would exactly be entry barriers. But what we have in the data is the transition for firms from being active and producing to being dormant and then exiting. And those transitions help us estimate exit barriers separately from other reasons as barriers. And you were, sorry, one.
If possible, about manufacturing employment. Is there too much of the needle?
I mean, I don't know what is the benchmark of too high or too little, but we can say two things, right? We know about India that you kind of went from agriculture to low-skill services and did not develop enough of manufacturing. What our counterfactuals are showing is that while reducing exit barriers, employment in the manufacturing sector can be increased considerably, and that's the only point of it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to the presenter and the audience for sitting by. Got Melanie, third speed.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present my paper today. I will talk about industrial versatility. So moving straight to the motivation, why do I want to compare the effects of industrial and artisanal mining? So first of all, industrial mining plays a major role in Liberia's development strategy. Liberia had a long period of civil war from 1983, which basically destroyed most of the public infrastructure, and so the government focused on attracting FDI in industrial mining to increase both the government tax revenue, but also hopefully create linkages to industrial mines to create some development in rural areas. On the other hand, artisanal and small-scale mining, which is also a big part of the mining industry in Liberia, is neglected in government policies due to its bad reputation, often also the illicit nature of artisanal mining. But it's still a very important employment activity in rural Liberia. So in Liberia, there's around 12% that either work or depend on artisanal mining. So the motivation of the paper is to give a more holistic overview of the local effects of mining, which may then assist governments and research-rich countries to design mining policies to increase the economic benefits of mining for the whole population. The study adds to the literature on the resource curves at the local level. There's some literature on this. I won't go into detail for the sake of time. What I do in the paper is I actually combine quantitative and qualitative approach to examine the impact on mines. Specifically, I look at the effect of mines on the employment opportunities across sectors to see whether there's a shift away from agricultural mines open, so like the global structural transformation. I also look at the type of earnings when mines open up, so local communities have a higher probability to earn cash for work instead of no payment or income. And I attempt to disentangle the effects by mine type, so 2 different mining types, which I'll explain later, and also commodity type. So the previous literature on the resource curves at the local level mostly focuses on industrial mining. There's been more work on the artisanal mining in the last 1 or 2 years. And I attempt to provide the first causal evidence of the effect of a boom and bust cycle of artisanal mining, and also try to disentangle the effects of different commodities mined. So there's 2 competing theories of the effects of mines on local employment. On one hand, the theory arguing for positive effects from mines comes from the backward and consumption linkages from mines to local communities, so that through these linkages from mines, there's an opportunity for the local population to move away from the agricultural sector. And on the other hand, this is particularly the case sometimes for industrial mines, that these mines act as enclaves and therefore do not link at all with the local economy and do not contribute to any development locally. Brief overview of the results. So for artisanal mines, the resource boom actually leads to a decrease in employment in agriculture and employment in more productive sectors, while a resource bust leads to an overall decrease in employment. Whereas for industrial mines, gold mines, when they open up employment around these mines in the communities, then tends to increase in agriculture and decrease in more productive sectors. This is mainly because these industrial gold mines replace artisanal gold mines, which have a much stronger link to the local economy. And therefore, for iron ore mines, where there's not a lot of artisanal mining, there is no effect. So a brief overview of the mining types. The first picture shows artisanal mining. It's a very labor-intensive form of mining. By law, legally, in Liberia, only Liberians are allowed to do this form of mining. Then a second category, which is kind of in between artisanal and industrial mining, is semi-industrial mining, where some heavy machinery is used, but also a lot of labor in the pits. And then here, this is an industrial gold mine in Liberia, where you can see it's very capital intensive. This is mining on an industrial scale. So I tried to compare that to these streams. So I know this is quite unusual in economics, but I employ a sequential explanatory mixed methods design, where in phase 1, I created the quantitative data set and conducted the quantitative analysis using a difference in difference approach. And then in phase 2, I did some field work in Liberia. The aim of this type of method was to use the qualitative field work to help understand the mechanisms behind quantitative results. And also because my quantitative data has some limitations to validate the quant results using the program. So my data, the quantitative data, firstly, I have household data, which is from the Demographic and Health Survey. I only have 3 rounds of data in Liberia, unfortunately, because of the civil war. There's a lot of data missing for that period of time. The mining data is georeference data on all mine locations in Liberia from 2009 to 2020 from the Liberian Ministry of Mines and Energy. And I merged these 2 data sets to have my final data set where I can then link individuals to the closest mine. Then the qualitative data, I spent around 4 months in Liberia going out to different mining sites and conducting semi-structured focus group discussions and key informant interviews. In total, I talked to around 150 community members close to artisanal mining sites, including business people, farmers, and the traditional people from the traditional council. And then I also talked to government officials and NGOs and civil society working in that area. So these are some of my participants in the interviews. Small businesses such as the phone charging booth or women selling nails and having a small shop. So I wanted to know how the opening of different types of mines affected their business opportunities. So back to the quant section, it's a pooled cross-section difference in difference, where I compare individuals living close to and far away from the mine. So the ones closest to mines are the treatment group before and after mines open up. This is the main specification. On the outcome variables are out-only variables. So, for example, whether someone works in services or sales or not, someone works in agriculture or not. And the 3 coefficients of interest, beta 2, beta 4, and beta 6, show the difference in different estimates of the effect of an artisanal mine, a semi-industrial mine, or an industrial mine opening up on the employment outcomes. And I have time fixed effects and district fixed effects, and a set of control variables, age, gender, and whether someone lives in a rural or urban location. So moving to the results section, these are the baseline results. Particularly for the artisanal mines, it's important to note that here in the data, there are some mines which might have already closed at the time the individual is interviewed. So it shows the overall effect of being close to an artisanal mine, whether it's still producing or not. And you can see that when looking at this full sample, the effect of artisanal mines on the likelihood to work is actually negative. There's no effect from the other mines. Now looking at the likelihood to work in services or sales, the effect is quite strong for industrial mines. So when an industrial mine opens up, the likelihood to work in services and sales actually decreases. And this is particularly pronounced for women in column 5. And now looking at agriculture, on the other hand, if an industrial mine opens up, the likelihood to work in agriculture increases. I'll explain more as to why later. And you can see that for artisanal mines, being close to an active artisanal mine, which might not be producing anymore, leads to an overall decrease in working in agriculture. Now, splitting the sample by iron ore and gold industrial mines, you can see that the treatment effect for iron ore mines is not statistically significant and much lower than the effects for gold mines. So this effect in the baseline results is mainly driven by gold mines and not by iron ore mines. So these gold mines seem to have negative effect on the local employment opportunities in terms of which sectors people work in. So now I look at the effect of artisanal mines that are less than 1 year old. So these are the young, active artisanal mines, and there you can see that there's a strong increase in the likelihood that people work and also earn cash for work instead of in time. And the services sector employment increases and also the manual sector employment. So I have some robustness checks, including a way of finding the treatment distances using a spatial lag model, using a different world variation, the difference in the gold price, then looking at whether migration affects the results or not, and using an alternative estimator of the direct treatment timing. Now, moving on to the qualitative results. So the effects of the industrial mines. Why does gold mining have a negative effect on local communities in terms of employment? This is because they replace artisanal mines, and artisanal mines generate more backward and consumption linkages. Artisanal mining is performed by local labor. They integrate with the local economy, and also these mines depend a lot on the local economy, whereas this is not the case in Liberia, at least for these industrial mines. Also, there are some backward linkages from industrial mines. The companies do try to link with the local economy, but also due to the nature of the firms in Liberia, these firms mostly supply the non-core goods and services, and this only benefits a limited amount of the population. And a big issue as well, talking to people living close to the mines, is that the business practices are not suitable for small firms. So, for example, a wood constructor who wants to supply the company might only be paid 4 or 5 months after delivering, and that is unsustainable for a very small business in terms of liquidity. And then the consumption linkages from these gold mines to the community are limited as well, because the farm workers that are mostly employed do not consume in the local villages. The Liberians who would consume locally have very insecure jobs. They're sometimes hired for construction works, but might be laid off again the next day, so they have no income security. And additionally, payment occurs once a month, and that's far away from the community where the banks are, and that's where the people spend the money. So those are all reasons why these gold mines really don't have a good effect locally. And the opposite is true for the artisanal mines. I won't go through this again. And the only thing I want to mention is that once these mines become inactive, the businesses around these AMM sites disappear because they're so dependent on the mining activity. Income is not really retained locally because for many reasons, but also one being that the financing means are informal, so there's little opportunity to actually invest the resources earned during the mining. So the conclusion is that industrial mining, especially the gold mining, has a negative effect on local employment, whereas artisanal mining has a positive effect during the boom and a negative effect once mines become inactive. This can be explained through the lack of consumption linkages, in the case of the industrial mines. And the policy implication is that the Liberian government focuses a lot on creating linkages through industrial mines. But these results question the effectiveness of this, and it may also be important to include artisanal mining in development strategies, ensuring that effects of artisanal mining actually become more sustainable.
Thank you very much.
Time for some speedy questions.
Out of curiosity, because your result, I didn't expect this kind of result, so I wanted to understand what is the scale of the two different types of activities, because I expect the industrial mining to be much bigger than artisanal mining and more longer term. So actually, also your conclusions might be affected if we believe the longer term effects of it. Thank you.
Fascinating paper, thank you. Quickly, is there any evidence that these bigger companies building infrastructure in the area and making roads to help get minerals and goods out, and is that potentially beneficial? And do they create jobs elsewhere in the country? Maybe they're creating jobs in the capital, but not in the areas you're looking at, which maybe is quite a similar effect of it.
One more question. Whether it's possible to speak to environmental outcomes or damages of mining across the different scales, and what those damages would have effects for the population of the pyramid.
Just a quick comment. I find the results very interesting, and you asking from the point of view of theory of industrial policy that suggests that the most important linkages will be upstream to downstream, and mining is it would be essential most upstream sector.
Quick question on your methodology. Sorry. Okay. I was wondering, I originally used the same radius to define treatment and control for industrial versus artisanal mining, but the scale might be very different. So you might want to think about changing the radius according to the average cycle.
Okay, so the first question on the long-term effects of the different types of mining activities. So it's true that industrial mines are there for longer, for a period of 25 years minimum usually. And the potential is there to have an effect on the communities because of this. And it should be greater than the artisanal mines. But because they don't link with the local economy, it really seems like that even though the potential is there, it's not used in Liberia. But I do agree that moving forward, the government should also, or could also focus on actually trying to make sure these linkages work better, which I think the Liberian government is also really trying to do. And then the second question on whether the infrastructure that is built by these companies is beneficial. I mean, they do actually obviously need roads to the mines. So yes, on one hand, but especially for gold mines, a lot of the gold is actually flown out using airplanes. And the roads are used by heavy machinery, and they're not paved often. So the quality of the roads is not that great. Like I've heard that locals really complain about the fact that the roads aren't in the state that they're supposed to be, given that they're such a big mine. And the second part on whether these companies provide jobs in the capital, yes, I'm sure that takes place. And I know that for certain, some contractors actually come from the capital. For example, the catering firm for one of these gold mining companies is from like one of the main hotels in the capital of Monrovia. So it benefits the rich again in a way, and not the local community. So yes, but the government also really wants to develop the rural areas. So I think it's valid to discuss the effect there. And then the environmental effects, yes, the artisanal mining has very bad environmental effects, and I don't look at that in the paper. I only look at the economic effects, but that is definitely something where a lot of mines are left unrehabilitated, so just open, which is very bad for the environment and also dangerous. The linkages for mining, yes, I agree, are mostly probably in the upstream sector. But there are certain forms of linkages in the services sector, which might come from cleaning services, security services, catering services, where the community could benefit. So those are maybe lower hanging fruits the government could focus on. And lastly, the radiuses used. So actually, I don't have the same treatment radiuses for industrial and artisanal mines. I use this model which looks at how far the effects extend from a mine. So they differ depending on industrial and artisanal mines. Thank you.
So a couple of announcements coming, but before that, I just wanted to say, in the spirit of Joe's comment earlier about how we define structural transformation, I think it's also important to say that all methods looking along this in state, we're very open-minded and pretty ecumenical, I think, when it comes to methods. So I think really great to have work that is deeply embedded in field work. I know a lot of people are doing data collection, and I think we lose a lot of the knowledge that comes from detailed fall work that people are doing in RCPs, in field-based research and different kinds. So no need to apologize for that. So I think we are about ready. The line is we're going to have, there's a thought to have a picture at some time. Like he's going to give us instructions. I think.
From here. So we're gonna do the group picture. You're gonna have to assemble outside, and we'll walk here to the place where the picture's gonna be. Yes?
I don't know that everybody here got the. Are we doing that for lunch?
Yeah, the envelope contains your vouchers, so you can use them at different places on most of the places except the vouchers.
One more additional announcement, the bus, the bus that was going to take you for the dinner is rescheduled to 5 p.m. Earlier it was going at 5:40, now it's rescheduled to 5 p.m. This will allow you more time to explore Maksha and the beach and have a good view of the sun. So it's going to leave at 5. The 6. The dinner is at 6.
Organizer now taping the program, and thank you all for coming to my presentation. I'm Yingyan from University of Narasimhan, and this is a joint project with Veda and at Peking University. The theme of our paper is a trade-induced structural transformation. Specifically, we look at how a manufacturing trade growth led to agricultural modernization through first sector labor reallocation, and then increase in the activeness of the land rental markets, adoption of agricultural machinery, and finally leading to an increase in agriculture. So when the economy modernizes, there are usually two concomitant changes that take place. The first is a sharp decline in agricultural employment and urbanization. So there are two places in China around 2018, and we can see that the types of activities taking place at these two locations and population density are very different. And it is not hard to imagine that a developing economy is more likely to be one of those. And the second change is the modernization of agricultural production itself. Here we have two pictures, two villages in China around 2018. We see three harvesting by hand and three harvesting by hand. So when the economy developed, it is more likely to move from the labor-intensive traditional agriculture towards the capital-intensive modern agriculture. In sum, urbanization is usually seen as a irreversible process that every industrialized society undergoes once and only once. In many developing countries, however, including China, one major obstacle towards agricultural modernization is the land market situation. Farm sizes are usually very small, with large transaction costs for land leasing or land rental between farmers. And in addition, government policies tend to discourage land consolidation. So this suggests that there could be potentially substantial land misallocation to be. And in this paper, we argue that the availability of the outside altitude can help. When our migration opportunities arise, people become less attached to their land. This will increase the land market fitness or activeness and potentially improve allocation efficiency if now the initially productive farmers are able to obtain larger crops. And this will also facilitate capital reduction. It is well known in the literature that it's challenging to identify the causal impact of our migration on agricultural productivity growth due to reverse causality and community variable bias concerns. That's why in this paper, we look at the case of China, where we study agricultural modernization in China after China entered WTO in 2001. Here, the policy demand shocks in the manufacturing sector generated very strong pull forces for our migration out of the rural agricultural sector. So the Chinese context is very useful in studying this question because China experienced substantial changes in both the manufacturing sector and agricultural sector in the past few decades. The manufacturing exports increased 4 times from 2000 to 2010. In the same decade, the size of the internal migration doubled, and agricultural land and labor productivity grew a lot. The variable in our study is a migrant origin village's exposure to these manufacturing activities. First, we start at industry level, where the industry level shocks for the manufacturing sector come from reductions of tariff on Chinese exports. So these are tariffs imposed on Chinese exports in the destination market, and we empirically show that the post-WTO tariff changes were uncorrelated with pre-WTO trade and tariff changes. And then moving from the industry level to the destination region level, depending on the initial industrial composition of each prefecture and the industry level tariffs, will have different destination prefectures exposed to these trade differential. So this is the increase in demand for goods produced in China and further translated into increasing demand for labor in the urban area. And finally, we connected origin villages with the destination prefectures using the initial prefecture migration network. Intuitively, an origin village is exposed to stronger pull forces for our migration if they happen to be connected to a destination region that experience more liberalization in their export market. And in the empirical exercise, we also directly control for the agricultural trade-offs using a combination of the initial crop patterns and crop level trade-offs. Overall, we find that trade shocks in the manufacturing sector benefited the agricultural sector. A 1 standard deviation larger trade exposure to the migration network resulted in a 3 percentage point larger increase in the share of non-agricultural labor. And to put this magnitude in context, during the 2000 to 2010 period, the overall increase in non-agricultural labor share was about 9%. So this is 1/3 of the change. And also a 26% larger increase in the stock of land lease, an 8% larger increase in the value of agricultural machinery, and overall a 30% larger increase in the village level total factor productivity. Understand these village level productivity effect. First, we find negative selection out of the meaning that the initially less productive farmers were more likely to leave agriculture sector when faced with the effects. So this suggests that empirically, correlation between a person's agricultural and non-agricultural productivity is very strong. Second, we found improvement in the land allocation efficiency, in the sense that initially productive farmers were able to obtain larger farms over the land allocation. And finally, the capital adoption. The key contribution of our paper is to show that trade-liberalization in a non-agricultural sector can actually modernize agricultural sector itself. We add to the structural transformation literature by showing how this process can be initiated by manufacturing trade growth and reinforced by the modernization process of the agricultural sector. We complement the literature on the land market misallocation and institutional literature by highlighting the importance of the auction channel. We add to the literature on the impact of our migration. Well, in this paper, we show that this type of post-site migration can have very large impact on the productive market and generate efficiency gains. And finally, we also contribute to the economic literature on the impact of WTO section. While in this paper, we focus on the development process of agriculture and showing that trade liberalization in another sector can actually have a large impact on the agriculture sector, even if we control for the trade exposure in the agriculture sector. So let me tell you a little bit more about how we think about these trade shocks. Entered WTO in 2001, which resulted in reductions in both tariff barriers and non-tariff barriers faced by Chinese exporters. And it is standard in the trade literature to use the tariff reductions to measure the size of trade shocks, as in the and Hopkins paper in other countries' contexts, and from Kangni and Lee's paper in the context of China. So overall, in terms of trend, if we look at these solid baselines, we see that the post-2001 change reduction in tariff was larger than the pre-WTO tariff reduction. And the mirror image in terms of export growth, we see a much larger, much faster growth in Chinese exports in the post-WTO period compared to the period. And importantly, for our purpose, there's substantial variation across these. So here we're sorting these industries at digit 6 level by the size of 2001 export, and the dark blue bars are containing changes in tariff, and the light blue bars are changes in non-export. So we see that there is substantial variation across industries. And then going from the industry level to the region level, the tariff on manufacturing exports faced by prefecture I in year T is basically a weighted average of the tariff in industries where the weights will incorporate both the employment share in each industry and also the cost share in the industry. Finally, going from the destination regions level to the origin relative level, trade exposure to the prefecture migration network is basically a weighted average of the destination region tariffs, where the weights are the share of migrants who moved from prefecture I to prefecture J from 1995 to 2000. And we construct these migrant networks using the 2000 population census. And of course, our village is exposed to the trade shocks, both in its own prefecture and through the migration network, and we basically focus on the trade exposure through the migration networks. Just to give you a sense of the geographic distribution of the trade shocks, again, using 2001 to 2010 changes as example, these are own prefectures tariff changes, and we see that ranges from -4 percentage point to -0.14 percentage point, and it is scattered across China. And then when we connect different prefectures using the initial prefecture to prefecture migration network, we see that it ranges from -1.7 percentage point to -0.5 percentage point, and we are more focused on the local regions. In terms of agricultural outcomes, the key data that we use is national statistical law. This is a nationally representative panel of rural households in China, and the survey is conducted by Ministry of Agriculture. So we have around 300 villages and 20,000 households overall. In the paper, we will use the 2001 to 2010 period as the main sample and use the 1995 to 2001 changes to check for potential pretense. And in case that we worry that places with larger credit exposure differentially reduce the number of certain households, we didn't find evidence on such differential contribution. We observed a bunch of outcomes in the agriculture sector using the rural household survey. So first, in terms of the labor outcomes, we constructed this non-agricultural labor share or wage ownership. So we observed the total number of laborers in each agricultural household, and also the wage earners who are the ones who are employed outside their own household for wages. So we also use this for a proxy for our migration because empirically they are not very likely to be employed in the same village. So basically they are employed outside the village. In terms of the land market outcomes, we observed amount of land leasing transactions within the year, or we call it a flow of land leasing activity. The total amount of land use, or we call it stock of land leasing, and finally the land leasing income. We also observe the value of agriculture. And finally, we construct agricultural productivity both at household level and at the village level. At the household level, the household level agricultural TFP is basically a solar residual from a kind of effect, and we use different calculation methods for robustness. And then going from the household level to village level, we'll have a weighted average of household level TFP using the output value always. So basically here, the village level productivity will incorporate both the intrinsic ability to farm on average in this village and also the allocation efficiency. Basically, the main empirical results. Before I show you the main regression equation, let me discuss briefly our identification assumptions. So we do two types of things here. First, we check pretrends. In terms of the pretrends at the industry level and the destination region level, similar to my exercise in the my other paper, here we show that at the industry level, post-WTO tariff reductions were uncorrelated with pre-WTO export growth and tariff reductions. And then at the destination region level, we find that regions that were more exposed to this export market liberalization didn't have differential weight in GDP growth in the pre-WTO. And further, in this paper, because our outcome was at the village level, we again show that in terms of the key variables we care about, labor, land, capital, and overall TFP, the post-WTO tariff exposure is not a function of the PW in this year. And in the paper, we also conduct analysis where we lack on the analysis regression. And second, of course, because our paper relies on this strategic design, we have a lot of methodological development in this area. So we conduct analysis and checks following the method proposed by the literature and applied by the. So here, because we don't assume that initial migration connections are exogenous, our identification assumption will be these two. The first, the shifts are as good as randomly assigned as if arising from natural experiments. So the shift here will be destination region tariff reductions. And second, there are many sufficiently independent shifts, each with a sufficiently small average exposure to the trends. So here, due to our context, we want the migration network to be very dispersed. We don't want a few large prefectures to drive all the results. And in the paper, we also have a specification where we control directly for the share of migrants moving to the top 10. And we also conduct a frequency results exercise where we convert all the regressions to the destination prefecture level. And when we do that exercise, we're able to cluster certain areas at the destination province level for vastness, and this will allow for spatial correlation in areas at the shop. So going to my first main regression equation, here we want to investigate how the trade exposure will affect non-calculated share. So the outcome variable is a non-calculated share or the weight number share in which V and U and T regress on the trade exposure to the migration network, the trade exposure in its own prefecture, a village near, its effect, a bunch of village near size controls, including the number of laborers, number of households, and the number of transfers. Province near its effect to take into account policy changes at province year level, such as land reform, and also standard errors are clustered at the province level and at the year level, and we also conduct heterogeneity analysis by initial characteristics of the villages. What do we find? Overall, we find that a trade shock through the migration network put labor out of the agricultural sector. In the first column, we regress the share of non-agricultural labor on tariff exposures to the migrant network, where we only control this and the fixed effects. So we have a statistically significant coefficient of minus 0.08, and this means that a one standard deviation larger trade exposure resulted in a 3.5 percentage point larger increase in a non-agricultural labor share. And the result is robust through controlling for the own productive tariff exposure. Village year specifically controls those transfers and village side controls. And also we find larger effects for places with more cross-prefecture migrants. And most importantly, we find that there are larger effects for places with smaller initial land-labor ratio. And here, for example, we have a direction chart using a continuous measure of the initial land-labor ratio in 2001, all with great villages in between towns, and the migrant using a continuous measure of the speed measure, we find that places with smaller land-labor ratio to begin with responded more strongly to the trade shocks. How do we understand?
So basically, the industry is expanding and they need to apply land for production. So that the voluntary associates that you also receiving by farmers and they need to apply land for those and the farmers.
Yeah, so this can happen, but first, in China, institution-wise, the farmland is not protected. So it's not so easy to convert farmland into urban land. And also the conversion do happen, but they are more in places very adjacent to the urban centers. So the rural household survey that we have here are focusing on the really rural. So that concern is not so severe. Yeah, so going back to the initial characteristic of the villages. So how do we understand this land-labor ratio? Because it is equivalent of our force. So when we run the cross-sectional regression using 2001 characteristics of the villages, we find that a higher land-labor ratio was correlated with more fluid land market to begin with. The places with larger land-labor ratio had more land activities taking place even before our shock. And they are also correlated with more favorable geographic conditions for land consolidation and likely correlated with the reference service. And also these places had higher allocation efficiency and more people out of agriculture. To summarize the impact on occupation choices on the labor market, we find that villages with market connection to prefectures facing larger traffic declines in the export market had larger flows of labor out of the agricultural sector into the non-agricultural sector. In addition, the effects were stronger for villages that were in earlier stages of urbanization and had worse land allocation efficiency to begin with. And then we conduct similar village level regressions for the land market, capital market, and eventually on the village level PRP. So focusing on the land market, same regression. The land market activity measure regress on on-tag changes, through the micro connections and the controls, and data after in negative indicates that the lower tariff of the destination factors, the more active the rental market. And this is indeed what we find when we run a regression, no matter we use the stock of data used as a variable, using the flow of data used, or using the net business income. In this step, we want to understand whether the trade exposure affected the land allocation efficiency. So here we run a household level regression where the household level land size is regressed on the initial productivity from refining in 2001 at the household level, tariff changes in the market level, and also introduction and additional controls. So basically, here alpha one is the plasticity of land to TFP, and alpha 3 times is however is additional elasticity of land to TFP. So if alpha 3 is negative, this indicates that the allocation of land towards the initially productive farmers was stronger in places with large shops, meaning that there is improvement in the land allocation efficiency. Before going to the regression analysis, and then first to today's point that we use this figure. So here we split the villages into the places with smaller trade-offs and after trade-offs using 2001 to 2010 changes. We see that the most trade-offs after 2001 and trade-offs after 2000. We see that for the places with the smaller trade-offs, there was an absence of also correlation between land and TFP in the beginning period and in the interval correlation become more possible. However, if you compare the villages with smaller shops versus the ones with large shops, the change in result is much larger in the villages with large shops. And this is what we find in the regression analysis, as I mentioned, 0.3 is the alpha 1. And minus 0.036 is alpha 3, which is additional elasticity on top of the initial land to TFP elasticity. So we find the same results if we control for household fixed impact instead of village fixed impact, or we use different kinds of trade exposure measure will take into account the share of cross-production. So just to do a summary of the land market results, we find that villages with larger shops have more active land rental markets. And in addition, in the villages with larger food exposure, the allocation of land towards productive household was stronger. The elasticity of land PRP is 15% larger in villages with a 1 standard deviation market. So then we run similar regressions for outcomes related to capital market, and there can be several hypotheses supporting why there were more agricultural machinery adopted on the face of the shop. So first, we do find that wages increase locally. So farmers will indeed substitute labor with capital. And second, it can be the increased farm size can help if the machines work better on farms and their skill and the optimization. And we do find out consistent with this hypothesis. And also, the reduction in land misallocation can facilitate capital adoption too. And there is a fourth hypothesis saying that migrants working in the urban areas are able to send back home income, and these will ease the household credit constraints and facilitate capital adoption. But empirically, we find that the wage income increase, which includes income from the remittances, that households didn't reinvest this income into capital. So this is consistent with our overall story that these migrations are not temporary moves to smooth income shocks. Rather, they are part of the structural transformation process where people are moving out of agriculture in the medium and long run, and they do not intend to reinvest their income from the other sector back to agriculture. Finally, we found that larger trade shocks also led to larger GDP and improvement in allocation efficiency overall. In addition to improved land allocation efficiency, we also find results in level results on land selection out of the agriculture sector. First, when we split the households into the ones with smaller TFP and larger TFP in 2001, we find that in the face of the trade shock, the initially unproductive farmers are more likely to move out of agriculture compared to the initially productive ones. And in addition, using individual data, we find that a person's agricultural productivity is uncorrelated with a person's non-agricultural productivity once a person. And in addition, we want to understand what are the determinants of a person's agricultural productivity versus non-agricultural productivity. For example, their education, non-agricultural training, agricultural training, and age. And overall, we find that in terms of the non-agricultural return, the return to education is quite stable, but we don't control for the village base effect and controlling for the village base effect. But in terms of agricultural productivity, once we control for the village level fixed effect, the return to education is very, very small. So in conclusion, we have a better understanding of the return to education and return to skills in the non-agricultural sector, but in terms of things that explain a person's agricultural productivity, we know very little. And now we conduct a bunch of robustness checks by using the migration outcomes from the village level surveys instead of household level surveys in our main analysis, controlling directly for the agricultural trade shocks, using alternative measures of TFP, including labor productivity, and also controlling for the share of migrants moving to the top or the main destinations, controlling the initial crop patterns, contemporaneous crop patterns, and also we didn't find that villages hit with these out-migration shocks differentially switch to husbandry or practices. So to conclude, in this paper, we show that trade-induced manufacturing growth generated very strong pull forces for rural out-migration, and this out-migration increased the rural land market activeness and improved allocation efficiency. Then, and there is a complementary literature showing that land reform was the key to agricultural modernization and structural transformation. And in the case of China, during the period we studied, there were land reforms taking place at the problem Vietnam. So empirically, we took this into account by controlling for the province year fixed effect. And then at the end of the paper, we also conduct a simple quantitative exercise trying to understand whether the push factors were more important or the pull factors were more important in China empirically in that time period. So when we calibrate the model parameters using the same rural household survey data and using the factor analysis, we find that the manufacturing trade shocks had a larger impact on structural transformation and agricultural modernization than land reform in China during that period. So that's all for my paper, and thank you very much.
Do you want to handle one or only two? Do you want to handle it one or people? I can handle the mic, I guess. Sorry? Let's proceed. I have to press now. All right. So, this is a nice paper to read. So I suggest you, if you have the time and hopefully have the interest, and you should have the interest, have a look at it. I'm gonna be focusing, so the paper is, as you have seen, mainly empirical. There is a model discussion at the, I think it's page 19 in the appendix that John has now mentioned in the conclusion. So I'm gonna skip that, and I'm gonna be focusing on the main aspect. Okay? Okay, so there is this is a big question, right? So what is it that is generating structural transformation, pulling or pushing, right? So there is a lot of evidence regarding push forces, and John cites some of them, in particular the most recent ones, and there are some examples there from Paula Bustos, from Asher et al., Imbert, and so on. There is not so much evidence on effects coming from the manufacturing side or the non-agricultural side, at least empirically, right? So we can all write models where that happens, but here what they are after is an empirical argument for that, right? So the authors provide novel empirical evidence for that. So what is it that they do? I find I'm gonna try to summarize super quick in 2 slides what they do, at least how I read it. They construct a measure that allows them to basically measure the exposure to manufacturing trade shocks for rural villages. And the way they do that is through the WTO shock. Basically, as she showed, tariffs depended by, were conditional on, the size of the tariffs were conditional on the industry. So that allows them to build a trade shock for a given region, for a given prefecture. And then they link that shock in that given prefecture to the origin villages where the migrants that are in that prefecture can live. Okay, so that's kind of the way information travels is through the information. All right. So once they do that, well, what is it that they find? They're gonna find an outflow of labor from the agricultural sector. So now you hit a prefecture with a trade shock, you lower tariffs. Suddenly there is more labor going out of agricultural work, and that could be happening within the prefecture, or that could happen from other prefectures that actually come here. Okay, where the trade shock happens. They also see increases in agricultural TFP, and they have reasons for that: more active land rental markets, less disallocation, as he was mentioning, and also some mechanization in agriculture. Okay, this is the main specification that they have. It's very similar setting to what Imbert et al. Recently had also in China, we've seen price shocks in China. So basically on the left-hand side, you have an outcome of interest that could be the amount of agricultural workers or non-agricultural workers. And they are interested in these 2 betas. Okay, I'm gonna show you some tables with those betas. So let me go over them again. So here we have these TAOs are basically the exposure through migrant networks. That would be the TAO network that I just mentioned. And the TAO own would be the exposure that its own prefecture has. So, okay. So they are interested in basically beta own and beta network. I'm going to be focusing on beta network. So what does it mean? So tariff goes down, right? So that means we get more exposure. So if the beta is negative, that means that the left-hand side needs to go up. Okay? So having a beta negative implies that non-agricultural work is going to go up, and urbanization is going to go up, land allocation in this case is going to go down, land rental markets are going to go up. They do a good job checking for parallel trends, so everything is fine. Identification, they have this shift share design, which I think is very similar to other settings. So there's no controversy here regarding the network structure they're using for immigrants, and the source of variation now is different. Instead of price shocks are trade shocks. And they have to take a little bit care of the fact that they could be existing migrant connections, right? So you want to go down that genetically and do it, and they do it well. Okay, so the main results, there are tables like this, like the ones that John would just showed. So you have the point is not working, but you have basically, this is the outcome regarding the share of non-agricultural workers. That was a negative value. The negative balance implies that now the tariff went down. That implies the total amount of non-agricultural workers is going up. Okay, and it's going up for, in this case, I'm showing the migrant network, but if you see the own network, the own prefecture, you get similar numbers. So they run regressions like this, tables like this, and they're going to show you land rentals are going to go up, TFP is going to go up, mechanization is going to go up, so you're going to have a pull. Okay, typo, it's not push, it's pull. All right, so I have some comments regarding the whole strategy. So for some of them, I have potentially some answers. For some others, I don't. Okay. So I guess we are all a little bit freaks. We like data in some sense, right? So number one is a little bit in that dimension. So they use this national fixed point survey data set. This is a whole survey collated since I think late 70s. They use data from starting in mid 80s. I thought it was late 70s. So mid 80s, 1995. Now this data set is super nice because it has a lot of obviously data on good agricultural model. They do not have the data broken by crop, right? So they don't have a specific terms of land contracts. Okay, so that seems to be, I mean, in the context of African countries, there may be some accuracy elements that at least, you know, I think the other should kind of acknowledge. Okay, so I think that changed a little bit over time in the late 2000s, but I think the early years. So for that, I cannot do anything more than say maybe we can acknowledge that perhaps. Then that doesn't seem to have data on land quality either, like at least observable measures of land quality or soil quality. The author says, well, you know, I'm going to have village fixed effects to control for that. And among that, I mean, in addition to that, also control for a bunch of climate characteristics. But as we know, within villages, within a small, narrow geographical areas, you can find also a lot of variation in land quality, right? So Chauran has plenty of work of that. So if you have measures of indexes of land quality, you have basically many instances, even in narrowly defined areas, that the variance of that quality index is basically as much as the variance of land. Okay, so that is not a trivial thing to ignore or not to have. Perhaps one way to address this, and I'm gonna come back to this paper later on, is this paper by Chatterjee et al. It's in Rista. And the way they address this, they also use the same data set. Is they got a hold, I don't remember if they conducted the survey or they got a hold on it from somewhere else, but there is a supplement of the same data set, at least for 1 year, in which for a subset of households, they were answering quality, right? So I would perhaps shoot an email to these guys and see if you can do something about it, basically this energy. Yeah. It's a subset, it's like 2,000 households, you have like 20,000, right? It's only for 9%. Okay, another thing that, and I don't have an answer for this, is that at the same time that you get all the results that you're getting, during this period, there is quite an inflow of agricultural goods into China. In particular, if you look at the US, it was the leading destination for US agriculture. So in some sense, I think that has to affect also the decisions that domestically farmers are taking or doing in China. So I don't know how to put all this together, but the numbers are big, right? So if I compare agricultural exports of the US to China versus everywhere else, it's really big. Okay. Now, at the same time, as you were saying, during this period, there is quite an expansion of China's agricultural support. So one is, there are many references for this. Chatterjee et al. Is one of them. But in addition to the policies that Chatterjee et al. Are going to be using, and I'm going to be talking about that a little bit later, there is also agricultural subsidies, price regulation, price controls, and so on. So let's see what we can do about that. Let me talk about something else and then I go back there. Another thing that I had in mind is, well, so the mechanism that you have in mind is basically spillovers from the prefecture, right, to the origin of villages. I can imagine as well that there are also connections of villages within the same prefecture, right? So there could be spillovers of information across villages within the same place. So I don't know how to, these villages are not gonna live in isolation. They're gonna be marriages, they're gonna be economic activities, they will go to the same market to buy fertilizer, I don't know, they're gonna be communication. So that's something that the paper is kind of silent about, and I was wondering why. Okay, let me go back to the confounding policy. Okay, so if you look, I mean, there are many places where you can find this, but you go to the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, there are several working papers there, or economic research papers, they call them. So they document a lot of subsidies and a lot of price supports that were introduced in the early 2000s. Maybe for the prices actually comes from Charital. They look at the prices of cash crops versus the prices of staple crops, and you can see a lot of variation of cash crops, basically following global markets. But then the staple crops are basically much more steady. Okay, so that seems to suggest there is some regulation in place. On the top of that, before the new century, like 1998, there is this policy. It's going to own land, at least for the next 30 years, right? So you get some land security. Obviously, these things might take a little bit of time to begin, but that policy is also in place. Now let's focus on one of the many confounding policies that seem to be around in terms of agricultural sector in China during the same period as the. Okay, so I'm going to be focusing on the rural land contracting law, which is the one that Charital focus on. So basically, in addition to owning land, to be able to own land for 30 years, now they're allowed to rent out. Okay, and that's the policy that they evaluate. So this policy is implemented. I'm just borrowing some tables from these guys. This policy is implemented in a staggered fashion. For some of you that don't know this, starting in 2003 up to 2010. I think they have 20 provinces here, the ones that I guess they could get a hold on. So basically, it's a staggered rollout of this policy. Okay. So let me show you, because when I was reading the paper, it's like I couldn't avoid having this parallelism with the other paper that a little bit about, right? Because kind of we were looking almost exactly the same outcomes. So on the left-hand side, I have the effects of the policy that now allows you to rent land in China, starting in early 2000s. And you have from China, during the reform year, the new rentals went up by 4%. And when during the post-reform years, I think there are 5 to 10, they went up by 10%. These numbers are very similar. I mean, I couldn't figure out if they are similar to yours, because I think what I need to do that is to have the average tariff exposure that I couldn't find. But if I were to have the average tariff exposure, I could compare the two. I don't know which one is legal or not, but it looks like a useful exercise to do. But then the question is, okay, so they went up, but why? Because of the WTO shock, or because the policies are not going on in agriculture, right? So I cannot get my mind around it. So effects on TFP, I could show you, tables that basically look like parallel like this one, but let me show you the graph again. Okay, so on the right-hand side, I pick one of the graphs that I was showing before. On the left-hand side, I have Charital. So very similar graphs. Okay, so the blue line on the left-hand side is pre-reform. So that's before 2002, 2003. Which is the set of blue dots on the left-hand side from our office. And then the gain is going up, and then the red is going up, that will be post-reform. So then again, it's like both papers are showing evidence of there is a change, and both papers claim it's for something different. So it's kind of hard to tease this apart. In terms of how much relocation, I didn't, but I could also look at the quintals, like you were doing this with the exercise. They do exactly the same with the quintals, right? To see that it is the guys that have more KDP, the guys that have more money. I don't know what I put this. I think because I was looking for something like this in your paper and I couldn't. But I think that would be a better way of summarizing. Having a polypex decomposition on this would be perhaps a better way of several types of relations between the Americans. Where did you compare with them? Okay, and thank you for agricultural inputs, right? Here there's something interesting, which is, well, they don't seem to get much mileage in terms of mechanization. All right, so maybe the fact that you get different results it's useful, right? You get them on the interaction, but they didn't do interaction, but I leave it on. So now, what is it that we can do about it? So this is a big question, right? So at the end of the day, two policies, similar results, like I would say largely. So what do we do about it? The only thing that I could think about is maybe one can exploit actually the staggered rollout that they have, because you don't have it. You have a one time, you have a staggered rollout. So somehow figure out if there are heterogeneous effects, right? So for example, you could look only at provinces that perhaps are late takers on the land reform. So they are, in principle, if you ignore spillovers, only subject to the WTO shock. So maybe you can give them as only WTO shock, ignoring, the fact that the other policies around, let's ignore that, right? So these will be cases, for example, for the first province in 2003, then for the next one, 2004. So you're gonna have years and provinces up to 2009, 2010. You could do the opposite, look at only pool effects. So some provinces enter the land policy, but might have relatively low exposure. Right? So I was thinking about which spectrum, so matrix, right? So exposure to your shock and exposure to the policy, to the other policy. The other policy is cycles. So you basically, there is not enough data points to have like a nice, heat map, but maybe you can basically put them in three beams. Only pull, only push, and then basically both pull and push. Okay, so at least we could see differential effects. And if you want to run that base, I think one should run it, given the fact that it's so parallel in terms of outcomes, right? What you want. Okay. All right, so that's kind of it. You have a model at the very end trying to do this, right? But I think if you want to go through the model, a bit more of effort needs to be done with that, right? So in the sense that the model needs to be able to have the joint effects, pull and push, and we can talk about it. Okay, so let me stop. Okay, wonderful paper, read it. I think it's pioneering research, probably getting some WTO. But given what we know, it's kind of hard to isolate if it's a pull or a push. Talking about the definition of non-ecology, some data, some people not have, but they don't like it. But this is, I want to see the more channel, but we talk about and about the precision, well, more to be local than Green and people, the one that we say the direction of gold, it's only to know that we will qualify, right, and probably do some job with I was wondering whether you can follow the because I might raise gold and go that correlation, but also the way of using our life. That also feel on the problem.
I was surprised. It's characteristic generally that we do it all the time. You know, trade liberalization. China alone is there. But I don't know what you're thinking about. This also is important.
More about your education. I have done some work on Chinese textbook types, and the whole issue there is that it's a type of learning from this VAT university. So basically, part of the things become this when companies are exporting their reimbursement from the VAT, then they have no. But in China, this is one of the sources that we invest in. And if you look at that, then there is some work in this.
Great. Thank you very much for the nice discussion and all the questions and comments. So let me respond to some of the comments. So first, in terms of the things that we don't have and we cannot address directly, indeed, we don't have plot level evidence, and we don't observe directly the terms of land contracts. So in this part, in terms of land contract, we rely on the literature that documents that the initial land distribution was kind of equal across households, just depending on household size, but not so much on ability to farm. And over time, there were land reallocation taking place, and when such reallocation happened, the village leaders actually had some discussion of reallocation. So that's why initially before 2000, land rental was allowed, but the land market was very limited. And also, second, we don't have the direct measure of land quality, and I indeed reach out to charity authors to ask for their survey results. But I want to clarify something. So first, in terms of the agricultural sector trade shops, we do control directly for the trade shops experience in the Chinese agricultural sector. So we have the initial crop patterns across the villages, and then we have crop level increase in exports and imports, and also the crop level changes in tariffs, both in the destination market and also the Chinese tariff imposed on those imports. So in that sense, we also have like Otto Hansen type of measure for each village, measuring the size of agricultural trade shops experience. So we control for those trade shops in the regression analysis, and by controlling for that, we didn't change the coefficient estimate for the manufacturing trade exposures. So to that extent, we think that agricultural trade shops didn't confound the effect of the manufacturing trade shops. But remember that in the regression, we controlled for the problems here fixed effect, and it could be that agricultural trade shops are more relevant at that level, and we absorb that with the problem sphere fixed effect. So we're not saying that agricultural sector itself didn't experience large changes in the trade conditions. We're only saying that the controlling for those things do not confound the effect for the manufacturing trade shops. And second, in terms of agricultural policy, first, indeed that the price of agricultural goods are not entirely market driven. So when we're measuring the household level productivity and agriculture, we're not using the price received by each agricultural because that would be endogenous, also to local conditions. So we only combine the quantity of each crop produced and the national prices for each crop. So in that sense, we take into account the practical policies. And then in terms of the land reforms, actually, land rental between farmers within the same rules was legalized since 1989. So it was not that before 2000, it was not legal to do land rental in rural China. But even if it was legal, in reality, people have this fear or perceived use it or lose it rule in rural land market. That's why the land rental market was very inactive at that period. So the policy changes that terrorists use, they are using a national policy change starting from 2003 and staggered implementation over time across different provinces. And in our empirical analysis, we control directly for the province year fixed effect, exactly to take that into account. Okay, so in that sense, we did take into account, but you are right that there's a push factor and there's a pull factor. And many people have asked me about the decomposition, which one is more important, or is there interaction effect? So as you have noted, our analysis, the reduced form analysis, was taking some difference impression. That's why we're getting only the local effect. I think macroeconomists will be in a better position in doing decomposition and showing which one is more important. So currently, we don't have a satisfactory answer. And in terms of WTO and tariff reduction, so here it is true that the tariff reduction experienced by Chinese exporters of WTO was relatively small. It was changes in the most favored nation tariff imposed by the destination countries. But in the paper, we do show that there is a trade elasticity that is comparable to the one found in the literature. And reduction in tariff indeed led to increase in export, and then increasing export led to increase in employment, etc., etc. So I'm running out of time, and I'm happy to talk about answer to all the other questions I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Huh?
Yeah. I can go now. The question of structural transformation is very, very important. We as developing economists, that's what we are working on. If you go back to economic history, Keynes and others were dealing with the problems of Europe as of their time. And that's how economics sort of blossomed, if you will, changed, if you will, during that time. For many poorer nations, it's all about structural transformation. Many countries are starting from very, very low levels and they want to transform. And as an economist, I just think that that's one of the most wonderful questions. I find it all fascinating. And so what Doug is doing, what Steg is doing, I just think is hugely important. You go to Africa, everybody is talking about changing our economy, structural transformation, industrialization. It's not just, the small things that we're going to increase. You are all here in the United Arab Emirates. I remember maybe a decade ago, a friend of mine, Augustin Fosu, that Doug knows very well, was asking me, UN, why they were coming out with a volume and they were looking for development successes. And he came to me, I think, trying to ask which of the African nations are a development success. I decided at that time, maybe, what was it, 10 years ago, 13 years ago, how about the United Arab Emirates? This is where you guys are right now. It's a nation that used to be full of desert. In about 2008, I'm aging myself right now. Where you stand right now, I was a vice provost of NYU, so among my many things I've been doing, I was a university administrator. They took me on a helicopter on this island, and it was full of sand. There were gazelles jumping up and down. And the folks there said, we need to transform our country. We need to transform our nation. So NYU-Abu Dhabi coming here was part of their agenda to transform the UAE. And so those of you, I encourage you to look at pictures of the UAE in 1970, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, full of dirt, full of sand, and look at it today, okay? That's what we call structural transformation. And in other papers with Xingyi Wan, Suresh Naidu at Columbia, and at Penn, we've been talking about this and the use of migration as a strategy for economic development, okay? So in any event, it's all about structural transformation. And again, let me applaud all of you for thinking about this. As I said, I just got off a plane from Africa. So I'm a little bit tired now. So if something doesn't make sense, please ask. I'm coming from a region where we speak Tree. So if I start speaking and it's completely unintelligible, maybe I'm speaking Tree, okay? So please raise your hand and ask a question, all right? So I'm not going to be talking about the UAE today. I'm going to be talking about Africa. I'm going to be telling you what I am doing. And I'd like to encourage many of you, particularly those of you who are graduate students and junior professors. I started off as a theoretical economist. I always wanted to do development, but when I was much younger, I fell in love with growth theory. I remember one day going into the office. Some of you may know Michael Tudaro is one of the older development economists. When I got to NYU, he was very upset. Why? He said, yeah, you're a very smart guy, but why are you doing economic theory? You should be back in Africa going to help people there, okay? I think that was a mistake. I think economic theory is extremely important. I'm glad I had that stint as a theorist, and the work I'm doing today is being informed by all of that. So all of you who are younger, graduate students, junior professors, stick with your theoretical work, but know that you can do a lot of policy work while you're doing your theory work, okay? So I'm going to be telling you some of the things I've done. And as Doug said, I'm encouraging you all to come over. Those of you who want to start doing some field work, research work, I'm going to tell you everything we've been doing. We have a huge infrastructure set up there. And so we're ready, open for business if you want, okay? There are lots of questions, lots of problems. I'm going to tell you some of them. Anybody who's interested, please come on over, all right? So this is me advertising. Okay, how does this work? Goes this way. Try once more. So, I acknowledge support, International Growth Center, anonymous donors, University Blockchain Research Initiative, and my own NYU that have been extremely generous in funding of all of the research. I'm going to be talking about my views on structural transformation. I'm going to be focused on Africa. I'm actually going to narrow down on one particular part of Africa. Just in case you're wondering where we're heading in terms of big picture, because I'm going to be doing what may be perceived as small picture, I will tell you that Africa is big, huge potential, could become a breadbasket. So that's the direction I'm heading if we're able to do structural transformation. There's the new Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is an enabling trade across nations. A lot of Africans are very excited about that. Africa has a young, youthful population, very entrepreneurial, I'll argue, contrary to what you may be reading from aid agencies. Technology is going to be extremely important. One of the early development economists, P.T. Bauer, has a book on West African trade. I encourage you to read it. He was really gung-ho on Africa. He was talking about the African entrepreneur, the African trader. So I just have a quote here about how traders will pick up goods in northern Nigeria and literally walk across to Ghana to sell their goods. Ghana is a nation itself, which in the 70s and 80s was the world's largest producer of cocoa. Again, it was all done by the local Africans. Cocoa is not indigenous to Africa. It came from South America. It's the food of the gods, what it was called. Africans didn't know what to do with cocoa. They don't drink. Africans mostly don't eat chocolate, at least in our part of Africa. When they were bringing in cocoa in the 1870s, it was coincident with the introduction of the car. Many Africans, Ghanaians, thought that the cocoa was being shipped to make gasoline. Despite all of that, they created the world's largest cocoa industry, okay? So what P.T. Bauer said then, I believe applies today. And that's the sort of energy that I'm going to be working on. All right, let me pass. I'm going to be talking a lot about maize, whose production has been increasing, African continental free trade area. And repeat, stop me at any time, okay? It's going to be a mishmash of economic theory and on the ground policy work. This is called the West African Savannah. Just so you know what the size is, that's the continental United States. That's China. That's India. All of this is Africa. So the areas there are huge, okay? Huge amounts of space. And so we're asking ourselves, how do you transform, how do you do structural transformation to that vast area? That's the economic question I'm trying to answer, okay? As soon as you go and you start talking about African economic development, here are a list of things people will almost immediately say, this is a problem, that's a problem, this is a problem, it's not gonna work, okay? Land rights, there are no formal land rights there, and therefore markets are not gonna work. Markets themselves are inefficient. People cannot trade. There's a lack of capital. In some NGO circles, you'll also add warehousing. Today, of course, COP28 was just up the road in Dubai, and so climate is going to be of importance, okay? So these are the kinds of things that people will talk about anytime we have the question of economic transformation, in particular when applied to Africa, okay? For me, I look at these things and I say, I'm an economist, I'm a theoretical economist. I've done some data work, but these are very interesting questions to solve, right? I don't want to only be a theoretical economist. I actually want to go into the field and start doing things, start creating things, and then around that, start writing papers, okay? And so what I'm going to tell you today is actually, you take all of these questions, I'm going to tell you what we've done. Okay? And so it's not just, we're going to lift these things down there and complain. Africa can't grow because land rights don't exist. Africa can't grow because of markets. Let's create these things. Let's measure these things. Let's do wonderful economics, okay? And so that's what I'm going to do today, and that's what I've been working. Again, I'm just repeating. Graduate students, junior professors, you can start off as a theoretical economist and end up creating institutions, okay? So I strongly encourage you to think about that. All right, I'm going to be talking about Ghana. Within Ghana, I'm going to be talking about a particular part of Ghana. This yellow area is a part of Ghana which is my study area. It's 2% of the landmass of Ghana. It's actually fairly big because Africa is a huge continent. Are there any English here? The world was designed so that the UK looks good on international maps, right? That's the scale. Africa looks really small. Okay. So these are big places, all right? Okay, so this is 2% of the landmass of Ghana. It's a big area, all right? Within that 2%, the capital is going to be the place I am working on is a place called Kpodar, okay? So I started large and now I'm going really micro. I have a research center there, so I thank all my sponsors. So in that area, in that village, in the middle of Ghana, this is where I do my work. Anybody who wants to come, I'll get you an office. It's air conditioned. You can do your work there, okay? So advertise, all right? It's a nice place. And over here we have underneath here we have an art gallery. So somebody invited me to talk about art. I was at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I gave a keynote address there about the art work. So afterwards, if you love art, come talk to me. Contemporary art. It's another time. All right? Very efficient. Land. Okay. So what did we do? We went there and we said that there's an issue with land in economics. Detailer and others have been writing about how property rights are very important. They're looking at the impact of giving property rights to different people. They're measuring it. I went to that place and said, okay, let's begin some research on that. The first thing we're going to do is to set up a land secretariat. So I created an office, that 2% of the landmass of Ghana. Let's start collecting data. Paul Roma has been at NYU for a while. Many of you have read his papers on charter kingdoms. Okay, so that's sort of where we're heading. And at this stage, I'm going to hurry up a little bit. 4:03. Okay, so I have another 30 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to speed up. As I said, stop me at any time. Okay, I'm going to flip through a lot of slides. Anytime you want to stop me, please do so I can get through everything. All right, but stop me if it makes no sense. All right. 2% of the landmass of Ghana. This is what it looks like. Okay, I think it's good. I don't know what it is. 2% of the landmass. Okay. One of our farmers, and this is Louis, is growing corn. So first thing we did was we created some apps on your mobile phone. You give it to the farmer. The farmer walks around the boundaries of that of the property, and lo and behold, we've got the map of the farm. Okay, and then we cross-check it with national statistics to see whether it's registered or not, and that's what we did. And so these are different plots. This is the 2% of the landmass of Ghana, and these are different plots that we have mapped out. Okay, many of the others, they are undefined property rights. Okay, we created an office. So these are all my people, my staff, if you will. We're having conversations about land. Everything is digitized. The office, planning a lead. Some maps. And the one thing I like about it is, many of you know, Doug knows for sure, there are usually conflicts because people think that this land belongs to me and you're trespassing on my land. You go to the police, sometimes there's violence. Now what we do is everybody has to come to our office And there are so many cases where two people are about to kill each other, okay? They took out the knives, and then we just show them on the map, here is your land, here is your land. You thought your land was here, but actually it's over there. And the guy goes, oh, sorry, forgive me. And he walks out, head bowed down, and the conflict is over. I don't know how many lives we saved, but I know that we saved some conflicts, okay? So maybe you should do an RCT on that, how many deaths. So that's our lands project, okay? I'm gonna go very, very quickly through it. Again, the economics questions are detailed and others, what's the impact of property rights, etc. Anybody who has a question on that, anybody who wants to work on that, come talk to me, okay? Second, markets. What have we done? So the issue with markets, African markets are bilateral trade, okay? So what it means is that for many markets, there's no centralized platform to sell your goods. You sit in your farm gate, you wait for a trader to come in, and then you handle that trade. Sometimes you're at the farm gate with nobody shows up. You've got maize, you've got mango who goes to work. We call those post-harvest losses, okay? So many people would say that's a big problem in Africa. So what do we do? We went into the villages, and again, here I'm going fast. Stop me at any time if anything doesn't make sense, okay? Went into the villages, studied how villagers do their trading, okay? We studied these trades. Lewis in 54, that status all talk about dual economies. So think of your cities, which are very, very modern and urban, and think of your villages, which still have the primitive arrangements, okay? We applied search theoretic models because the traders are going to the farmers and they're searching for farmers with good prices. And so when we go there, they have to decide whether to accept or reject a particular price from a farmer, okay? There's a whole bunch of search models related to that. And of course, trade models are similar, okay? All right, so this is all about these bilateral trades. I'm going to skip through very quickly. And say you have the bilateral trades, we know that they are bad. You would prefer to have a centralized system, a commodities exchange. So there's one national market. Everybody goes to that national market, and there's a price across the nation for a particular commodity like coal or this. Ghana did not have it. We just said to ourselves, wouldn't it be great if Ghana could have a commodity? Chicago Board of Trade was started in the 1800s. United States, Europe all have commodity exchange. Very few African countries have it, okay? One of the early ones was Ethiopia. We did some work on that many, many years ago. So we decided to advocate to the Ghana government, given our search models and our theoretical models and all of that, to establish a national commodity. Okay? Commodity exchanges around the world, look at Africa. Africa is the thing. So we did two things. We advocated for the Ghana Commodity Exchange, and then we wrote a paper. So Hato Pellegrino used to be here, he's now at Notre Dame, and so we've got a JD paper on exactly that. So if you guys want to know more about the commodity exchange, bilateral versus centralized, please read this paper. And we created a commodity exchange in Ghana. Woohoo! Isn't that great? So we're doing all this research, and I went to the Minister of Trade, and I said, look, America has these commodity exchanges, Ghana, we do not. We have to go. So I started talking very, very fast, as economists and all of that. He's just looking at me, and then he bought it. He says, yeah, let's go to cabinet. So here I am, a theoretical economist. I'm talking to Ghana's economic management. Okay? Vice President is here, Central Bank Governor is here, Finance Minister is here, Energy Minister is here, and I'm stuck in the middle, okay? And I had PowerPoint slides and everything. I said, folks, Ghana is not going to have structural transformation unless we create a commodity exchange. And for some reason, they bought into it. And they said, yeah, okay, here's $3 million. Go create a commodity exchange and come back in 1 year with a commodity exchange open. Okay? And so
I started for a year. I found somebody to become the CEO of the commodity exchange. And a year later, this is Ghana's president. This is Ghana's agricultural minister. This is the person I picked to be the CEO of the Ghana Commodity Exchange. And this is the opening down, okay? And so come back to the regular comments, right? Okay. So anyway, we created the Ghana Commodity Exchange about 6 years ago, right? You don't see me in this picture because the president was surrounded by some really beefy security guys. It's a little me, I tried to get it, they were just bumping me out, okay? So I'm hidden in the back, but I was there, trust me. Okay, so that's the commodity exchange, okay? Commodity exchange is formed, we go back into the field, we see what's happening, we help them measure their weight. So these are the really rural people. They are the ones we are trying to help, okay? These are remote villages. You have to look at the moisture content of everything. I now know that maize has to have between 12 and 13% moisture content. Rural warehouses, the commodity exchange at the bottom. This is the network, commodity exchange, the farmers go to get brokers. There are people who supply the maize. People who buy them are the flour mills who make bread and the schools who use it for the school feeding program. Okay? And the brokers are the intermediaries. That's what a commodity exchange is. And by the way, relating it to technology, what is a commodity exchange? It's nothing other than technology, a computer, warehouses, and then people to interface with the computers. And so somebody in the village, a farmer will say to the broker, put on the platform, I have this number of bags of maize, I'd like to sell it if possible at that price. And then somebody on the other side, a flour mill, will go to their broker and say, if you can find maize for me at this price, bring it. Okay? And so all of this, that's what a commodity exchange is. And in the few slides over, I'll tell you about the commodity exchange that we've created on move on. Okay? So that's what that is. Reminder, you can read more about the theory of all of this and the search theory of all of this in this video you pick up. Cool. Come back. Any self-respecting economist, what do you do after you put in an institution? You try and test it. You run a randomized control trial, right? Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. So we started. Co-authors, Christiane, Lorenzo Casaburi, and Lauren okay, so we get together, we've created this commodity exchange. How are we going to do an RCT to evaluate its impact? Okay, so that's the question. Do a baseline survey of all communities. You randomly pick, we use the Ghana Census enumeration areas. We pick 100 of them, randomly pick 50 of them to be treatment, 50 of them to be control. The treated places, we tell them about the commodity exchange, we give them preferential access to the commodity exchange, right? So that's our treatment. And you look at the control, those we didn't get our access to, hopefully, if there's a problem, those places where we've given the commodity exchange treatment to will do very well. And those we do not, will do very poorly. So that difference will be the impact of the commodity exchange. And everybody will say, Zhao and Chris and others have done a good thing, right? And so we're hoping. Language spoken, education, a lot of the farmers are very important. Low education, primary, middle school, okay? All right? Very few are have finished high school among the population of people working. Let me just keep going through this in the interest of time. So I end about 30 minutes past the hour, right? Or 35 minutes past. And all of this is baseline, okay? All the things, all the concerns of these farmers. This is a map of Ghana. The green are the areas that were treated, the 50 communities. The red areas controlled, we said nothing. The drum roll moment. What do you think we got from the RCT? So I've told you what the RCT is, right? Any suggestions?
Yep. Because of what? So spillovers, right? Good hypothesis. Anybody else? Okay. Drum roll. This is what we want. So first of all, every single place we went to, everybody was extremely interested. Everybody would come up to our session. Everybody would say, this is the greatest thing in the world. You guys are wonderful. Please do it. We really need this stuff. At the end of the day, however, in the treatment communities, when it was actually time for them to bring the needs there, it's like everything they said, they won't show up. And you see some of these guys, like, almost repent them. Like, what's going on here? Okay. And of course, we spent a lot of money and a lot of time. And so when your RC doesn't work, this is before the days when you get a publication by just pre-announcing. This is the bad old days. Okay. So if you don't get good results, you don't get published. Okay. So it was extremely strange. Extremely strange. But anyway, no big. And therefore we can't see it. So you start scratching our heads. And you ask yourself, why could this thing be failed? Okay. And so one hypothesis was that the issue is that the warehouses of the commodity exchange are in regional capitals, okay? The farmers are in the villages. Some of these farmers have never been to the regional capital in their lives. They're scared of the things, okay? So maybe the answer lies in going into the villages and creating a commodity exchange at the village level. So there's a trading at the village level, and if there are surpluses, you feed that into the national chain, right? And so I was very confident this is going to be the solution. Once we've done this, woohoo, hooray, we're done. To write a paper. So we created another commodity exchange. This is our center. What we did was, these are the farmers we work with within the community, all maize farmers for this particular. So we created what we call another commodity exchange. A commodity exchange has dates when there's trading taking place. Okay, so a particular date we say on this date we're trading maize. On that date at this time we're trading plantain. So this was a particular date when we're trading maize. These are all farmers here. These are all traders. Traders we picked out from across the nation. Okay, and we said we're running this commodity exchange. Please come and make bids for the trades of these farmers. Okay? And as a game theorist, this was just wonderful. Okay? I don't know if you know JP Benoit, who's currently in the London Business School. We both got excited. Okay? We're going to write some great auction theory papers out of this. Okay? So anyway, this is what the nano commodity exchange is. We're just going to show you some more pictures. These are all our farmers. Everything is app-based. So remember the national commodity exchange is on a big server. We're doing the local version. We just put everything on the cell phone. And so the farmers and the traders enter their bids on a cell phone. It goes to our local computer and matches people. Okay? So now the commodity exchange. I was feeling very, very excited at this time. Finally, something's going to be working. This could be an innovation, okay? And I could write some good theory papers around, okay? So anyway, I'm just showing you the farmers coming in, traders coming in to register. People on this side are inspecting the crops to make sure it's high quality, moisture is low. There's a fungus called aflatoxin. There should be none of it in there. Inspection. Then after they've been matched, they go into another room. These are West Africans who love bargaining, okay? Bargaining is part of the joy of trading. They have to bargain, okay? Even if they know what the price is gonna be, or let's sit down and bargain, okay? It's like they get utility out of the bargain. So anyway, there's a negotiation stage. And then if there's agreement, the trader will go to the farm gate, in this particular case, pick up the maize, pay the money, and then we'll be gone, right? And so we were kind of happy. Things were starting to move along. Wait a minute. I'm expecting excitement. I'm expecting to be famous. Nothing happened. The same thing that happened in the national commodity exchange issue appears here. I'm saying, what in heaven's sakes is going on? I just spent a lot of time on a second thing. I'm a failure in life, okay? So these are 2 hours, right? So we scratch our head a little bit, and then I decided I'm going to go into the field and actually sit down without my staff and just start talking, okay? Anybody got any suggestions? What happens next? I found the answer. Okay, so this story ends up in a good way. Trust me. Okay. Any suggestions? What happened? Did we charge any commissions? No. I mean, if you were, that could have been a good thing. Yes. You know, when they are asked to pay something, maybe that's what it is. Yep. Settlement time. Very, very good question. So the technical language is it T plus 1 or T plus 2 or T plus 1 here, okay? So let me pause on that and just give you that information. Anybody else? Transport cost is very, very important, very critical, but that was not each. Anybody else? I found this amazing. It turns out there's a unique feature in agricultural markets, which economists were studying in the 70s, that I, silly me, didn't read up on, okay? So it turns out that most of these farmers, the way farming works is as follows. At the beginning of the season, the farmers need cash to clear their farms, right? They have zero money, zero, okay? And so what they need to do is they need to find a trader who will loan them some money. The loan terms are such that if this trader loans this man, this farmer some money, at the end of the season, it's not a question of paying back the money. It's a question of giving the trader all of the maize from that farm, right? Some of the maize will be used to repay the loan at extremely exorbitant rates, okay? And even beyond that, the rest of the maize, which is not needed for the repayment of the loan, should be negotiated with that same trade, okay? So it turns out that all of these farmers that we thought had free will actually didn't have free. And they weren't bold enough to say it. They were scared of their trade. Those of you who remember the literature on credit by Stiglitz and Weiss, this is exactly what was going on there. There was a huge literature, 70s, 80s, on debt contracts and the fact that because of differences in types of different borrowers, in equilibrium, you'll find a situation where there's not enough capital being sent out. Okay, so it's a beautiful piece. I think that's what made Joe Stiglitz famous, in my opinion. Okay, this is when information economics was sort of boom. So that's what happened there. Okay, yep.
And you use the prices of commodity exchange, but then benchmark the prices with their own data.
So they were unable to do that. Okay, so this is a situation where imagine you're a farmer and your choices are either you do nothing because you need money to clear your farm and all of those things, or a trader comes in and gives you a hugely exorbitant interest rate for credit that will give you tiny but positive amount. So you're comparing zero to a tiny positive amount, okay? And so the traders have all of the power, completely. Okay? And so all these other issues about the price, etc., irrelevant. Okay? But we're going back to the 70s and the 80s. That's what we found there. So this is an interesting phenomenon for you. I just love this. It turns out the traders, the people who are giving the money, are all women. The farmers are all men. The men are pissed off that the women are exploitable. I just love it. Okay? I just love it. It's just and they call the women the shanty women, they don't allow foundation. But the gender dynamic, that's really. All right, so that's the credit market. What did we do? So we decided we're running some pilots. I got one of my funders to agree to enable me to start giving loans to farmers. So now the theoretical economist becomes a bank, okay? So what we started doing was we started giving credit to farmers so we could see what would happen. Are we correct that it's all about credit? So we got some of the farmers in our catchment area and we just said to them, look, we're running some experiments, some pilots. Would you like to work with us? No obligation, free will, consent, everything. They're all dying to come to us, okay? And so I started giving some credit to some farmers because we wanted to learn how all of this would, how it would work. We give them money, instead of giving them cash, we go through their quote unquote supply chain. So first of all, they have to clear the land. So the person who clears the land is a tractor. We pay that person if they ask us to. Then they need weedicide chemicals to clear the land. Then they need fertilizer. Then transport the maize to a warehouse. And then they're going to need sales, okay? And so what we did was not to give them credit directly, but to give their vendors credit, okay? So that's what we did. So these are some of the chemicals. Active services. Chemicals. And this is what they call the threshing. So after they've planted the maize and dried it, you put it in a machine to take all the outside stuff out and get the maize. And I'm happy to announce, finally, it worked, okay? So farmers are now constantly, they're dying for us to help them. You know you're successful in something when I've given the phone number, my own personal phone number from Ghana, which works here, to the farmers. I'm getting called all the time, okay? They need this, they need that. And just this morning, somebody calls me to say he has maize sitting in our warehouse that we haven't sold yet, and he would like to get some money to put a roof on a house that he's built. Those of you who know the literature on warehouse receipts, I'm now offering warehouse receipts, okay? Because they have the maize in the warehouse, and I'll just write a little form and then give them money, okay? So this works, okay? Yes. Say that again? So the traders who are giving their money are pissed off at us. Because we've taken their business away, and we, through our surveys, we are looking in different traders who left the area because we came. So there's an exit of traders, okay? Again, all of this at this stage is at a higher level, so there's nothing rigorous, quote unquote, that we've done. But anybody who wants to join forces, do the rigorous part, okay?
The farmer is concerned that one who have done your project in the land, there's no trader to continue with
Excellent, and that's something we are aware of. Because anytime you're doing an RCT, you're doing an intervention, this is something you have to do. I'm really concerned about it, but hopefully, if we find some good results here, maybe one government or an NGO or something else will come in. And that's right. We have national banks in Ghana. Why are the banks moving? Okay? And so the next project I'm trying to work on is to figure out why the banking system is not able to do what it is trying to do. And all they have to do with the fact that the non-government interest rates are huge. They go back. The banks have no incentive to waste their time on this when they can really do.
Or especially with the capital that we're going to work without the trading of the stock. That's the time.
Exactly.
Exactly. So, that is very close. Okay? You're gonna need the warehouses, which I'm gonna mention in a second, but you're gonna have capital, and you're gonna need the lines. Yes. Get all those things together, my belief is it will work. Correct. That is it.
We seem to be moving into.
It's okay.
You're mostly want to get through.
I will take care of myself. Yep. Go ahead.
You were talking about banks.
Yeah.
I was central bank.
Yeah.
Excited about.
Let's talk afterwards and solve that problem.
In fact, the presentation was about the fact banks don't give out loans. Mostly because they are not manufactured, so the cross is not for the case in Rwanda, that's for the trade about. The issue that you're highlighting the banks by giving too many government bonds because they have high rates. It's a massive one, but it's, in my view, and I think it's mostly a problem of size of the banking system. It's way too small. And the fact that government financing is now really inside of the banking system. So without government regulation of the insurance and other mechanisms to convince people to transition and save is banks.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, let's talk afterwards and let's have a debate on that, and maybe we'll have another stag meeting on banks and all of that, okay? Okay, all right. Okay. Okay, what just happened? I'm gonna need some help here. Doesn't seem to be working. Technical assistance. And how do I go down? All right, how? This is wrong one. Okay. This is how storage technology that farmers have. Okay. Especially in the back in their farms, they build some shed. Ghana government saw what I was doing in that area and gave me a warehouse. So the theoretical farmers now owns or manages a warehouse, 1,000 metric tons. Not bad, huh? Okay. There's a warehouse. I control it. Okay. So the farmers, instead of putting their maize in the villages, they can bring it to us. Okay. So this was as about 2 weeks ago. And so we do another commodity exchange thing. We now have tons of farmers coming in because we're giving credit. We bring in the traders, they buy, they leave. So now everything works. Okay? We just have to figure out some RCP to run this. Okay? Later on, I'm going to say something about climate change. Let me just mention it now in the interest of time. So Nicola has this paper where he's looking at changes in weather patterns and then migration of essentially nomadic people. They're nomadic in the sense that they go from one place to another, but they're fairly modern in the sense of it's not they have money and huge herds of cattle, just like they make the cattle grow. And so when the weather becomes bad, as it is now, they go further south, okay? And the further south they go, it's exactly the area I'm working. Okay? So that's where when the weather is bad, people who are in Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, they go south to Ghana. Okay? So as we speak today, the Fulani herdsmen are in my area. The farmers are all calling. They say, hey, yeah, they call me Prof. We need to store our maize in your warehouse because the Fulanis who are coming, their cattle go into the farms and they eat the maize. Either the ones on the cob, they step on it, or else the ones in the bags. Okay? And so all of a sudden, I now have huge demand for the warehouse because of climate change. Okay? And by the way, in this area that I'm working in, there are at least 3 government warehouses. Mine is the only one which has truck. For some reason, the other 2, nothing's going on. Likely, they don't have that virtuous cycle of credit, trading, etc. going on. So that's a victory at least for
for us, all right? Okay. Climate change, I think I just mentioned it. Everything is technology based. Everything I do is technology based, from the mapping out the lands, commodity exchange. When we're setting up a commodity exchange, the first thing we have to do is to get some computer scientists to just build the technology, okay? And then now the commodity exchange is doing technology. Prices are important, and so we've also done some work with my then graduate students. Now they've moved to higher places on pricing information, okay? And there, this is the experiments where you give farmers prices and see whether they buy more with trade. I've got a question here about that. And you're always scared that if you give price information to farmers and the traders come in and see that the farmers are bargaining in a stronger way, maybe those traders will not come back, okay? And so through our experiment, we're harming some people. So this paper checks for that. We don't find that. What we find instead is that traders go into a particular area, they see that these guys are bargaining hard, and so later on, when they go into another area, they don't waste their time bargaining, and they accept higher prices sooner, right? And so what that means is that if you're running an RCT in the short term, you get a positive impact, right? Okay, because the treatment people are bargaining harder, but over time, the control people are benefiting from the stronger bargaining of the treaty. And so we effect that. So that's the inside of this. Jerry Aiko, of course, I believe, is writing a book on pricing. People are talking about blockchain now. We're investigating that. It's a very tricky technology. It's unclear whether it's going to work or not. Just to let you know, we're thinking about it. Carbon credits is another thing that we're thinking about in our area. Carbon credits, as you know, there's a fixed amount of carbon you want to produce. Somebody in Switzerland want to open up a factory. They have to come to like 2% of the land mass, get me to build some trees so they can do their industry. Now the president of Ghana, I'm looking at some of our technology in that rural area. I will end here. If there are questions, please ask. Right.
How many of the interventions that you spoke about many are not self-sustaining, like without any more funding from donors or subsidies or just market-based?
Yeah, so that's where we are heading right now, okay? So what are the component parts, right? Component parts are credit. Credit has to be from the banks, okay? At the end of the day, we've got to teach the banks. So that's what we're going to be working on later on, okay? There are the warehouses. The warehouses already exist, okay? And there are people who make money out of it. I can't make money out of it because it's for resale, okay? But there's a fee you should charge, and we are computing that fee, okay? The markets themselves, the Ghana Commodity Exchange itself, knows how to charge fees, and they are self-sustaining, and so that will translate to this. So currently, it's not self-sustaining because, among other things, it's not paying for my salary, right? And my time, okay? But the goal is to make it self-sustaining as soon as possible, and I believe it can for the reasons I just mentioned.
I wanted to ask again, any more success in the land for commodity exchange over time, I think you're able to do the model of that. And relatedly, has the sort of success of the additional layers of the local commodity exchanges in your region, has that increased confidence elsewhere? Do you have evidence that sort of by setting a central example that can spread up to maybe whilst it requires external intervention in the centre, it is sort of set an example to allow these things to happen more sustainably across space?
Yep. So your question and the one just before yours, this is research with me now. As in yesterday, I was in the field doing this, okay? So the hope is that once we write this all down, then yes, we're going to go back to the Ghana Commodity Exchange and tell them that that's what the issue is, okay? Part of the reason why we're doing this is that the Ghana Commodity Exchange, it took off and then it plateaued.
okay? And so the research is to figure out why did it plateau? We think we're beginning to get the answers. And so now is the time, once we've confirmed all of this, go to the GCX and tell them, if you do these things, you'll get an increase. So yes, that's the goal, that's the mission.
So my thing is that the region that you work on, a lot of you have huge, but in other regions, what happens locally, that from the region with the farm or more medium farm. So why don't we know the food farm?
That's a good question. So the question is, why is it that somebody else hasn't thought about this before, maybe? I don't know. You know, I'm there now. Maybe because I did theoretical economics, I'm thinking about things that others didn't think of. Maybe because I was in the US and I've read about the Chicago Board of Trade, maybe I'm doing that. African nations, many of them were influenced by our independence leaders. At independence, the first thing all African nations did was to build stock exchanges, okay? Because we wanted to be modern. We wanted to do industrialization. Even today, a lot of the rhetoric is around building steel factories, textile mills. I am saying maybe we should stop doing that and go back to the villages and do commodity exchanges instead of stock exchange. We have very few industries. We have a lot of land and a lot of farmers. Why is the government thinking about all of these Western things while they're not thinking about our own thing? Okay, so maybe those are some of the reasons.
So this experience coming is that very low level community of local government. I mean, there is a problem with our problem. Solve this problem. They don't even have the problem. They don't have the problem. It's a problem. Right? Yeah. And so what's the political economy with local? Yeah, vision leaders. Why don't they have a vision?
Yeah. So that's a larger question. I can say that one of the advantages I've had in this is that I am part of the traditional administration. I'm a chief there, okay? And so there's a big chief who is technically responsible for all of the land. I am part of that group of chiefs who make all the decision making. So I have power, okay? I can be in charge of the land office in a way in which perhaps others could not.
Maybe you can say in part of fascinating that you are the national role of the leader of that, and what really started elections are good. My question is, do you face any resistance of politically, or do you think that if able to do that well?
So, very, very good question. When I talk to Ghanaians in particular, Ghanaians are so upset with their government, they don't think anything can be done. Maybe one advantage is the government today are all my generation, and so I know how to talk to them. Maybe also I am a super optimistic person. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, okay? And I have found when you talk to these leaders, they want to listen, okay? And sometimes people just don't want to talk to them. I went there. I knocked on the door of the trade minister. It was hard for me to get to the trade minister. So I got one of my cousins to talk to the aunt of the trade minister. So I went with the aunt of the trade minister to go and see the minister. That's how I got my meeting, okay? And so you have to push a little bit. You have to be a little bit ingenious. Okay?
I just wanted to yeah. So, from my experience in India, the trade is not only about credit, but it's about you also have
that's a very good point, and maybe I should mention it, and maybe that's why banks are not failing. So the credit contract that the trader has with the farmer is that the farmer says, I'm giving this to you, but you're going to take care of it. So if somebody gets sick, I'll get a phone call. Oh, my son is in the hospital. I need 1,000 Ghana cedis, okay? And I'll give them because I know that the maize is coming later on, okay? This guy I told you about, he wants to put a roof over his house. I'm debating whether I should do it or not, okay? So one of the things I fail to say is that contract is not simply one where you're given money and then at the end of it, you pay interest and get it back. That's not the way it works. It's a partnership, of course, and maybe that's what makes it different, okay? So yes, people have asked me for money for school fees, funerals, house, hospitalization. Thank you for saying that. We have exactly the same thing.
Like my region, like very divided, and very bad.
Yeah. That's a conversation about the banking system, right? That we need to discuss.
So when I was in India, the conference of the I don't know with the conference. And the people that went to the countryside, they told me this sugar processing plant, Szerman, and they told me that the sugar plant was just a state of the they were contracting with farmers, they were doing one of the things they were doing, but then another way to make a switch. In the sense that farmers, when they had the harvest, and they were not respecting the contracts. And the traders were coming when the taxes, they were, I think they were again paying the loans, but they were not delivering the sugar, which was the sugar cane, but the example of $10, so the $3. So in a way, I guess in this story, the company is doing some, and you will compete the markets, and it takes a bit of a loss, but sometimes they may be doing something beneficial.
So it's not yeah. So just to rephrase what you just said, so we have a particular experiment that we're working, particular way of doing it. The government and NGOs have their contract farming schemes, okay? Many of them are not successful, in part for the reasons that you mentioned. So two things to say. Number one is, I think we have a particular way of doing things, okay? Don't forget, we know these farmers, and we've mapped out their farms. We know the farm, okay? So these are not strangers to us, okay? So that's the first thing. In terms of companies, this is where the market comes in. So what should happen is that the companies are contracting not with the farmers, but with the market, okay? And so we're thinking of introducing what we call forward contracts, not to be confused with the US forward contracts, but essentially agreements where companies agree to offload from our nano commodity exchange. And then we have a large number of farmers who are committed to bring it in. And we factor in the fact that some of them are going to fail, okay? And that's why you have markets, right? If it's one-on-one, it could be a problem. Not to mention the fact that it's a government, farmers may not give the respect of the government. That's what the government is not going to come and beat me up, especially when the government needs my vote, right?
So I just want to say, having spent time training students who are an extension of forward design, I don't think I've ever had to do or asking for credit on his names.
Yeah.
But I think it's an extraordinary story describing bringing people academic expertise, community responsibility, policy, experimentation, and it's a fascinating set of books. I hope all this believe that we have to share with these times.
Okay.
I'm just reiterating on behalf of the advertising. Having done this once myself, spent time with Ghana, it's an experience. People reject it. This is all together. And look more fun, I have to say. So I just strongly encourage everyone to follow up and to take advantage of what we truly want to do. So thanks, yeah. And for the group, I think we've done about 20, 25 minutes before we leave to the bus. So if you want a chance to check your mail, once the door on the bus, you use the button. So again, thanks for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Okay. Now you know what I